How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the After Chat. Burp. All right, so the After Chat, again, is for all of the ham radio operators and the ham radio curious operators, or just radio enthusiasts in general. Hop into the chat, whether it's on YouTube or it is on Twitch or on the Discord, and ask your questions. We obviously try and work with the people that are on voice live. Most often they get the priority, just because there's so many aspects of the ham radio questions that we really need somebody like live responding to us so that we can help them out. But there's no reason that we won't try and help you through your text questions as well. But it's the best if you join us on Discord. You're going to get the fastest support that way. So without further ado, let's say hi to the folks on the After Chat. Let's jump in.
Optimistic. I'm not quite sure how Ford can provide that.
The breeze.
How's it going, everybody?
The breeze. Yeah, Josh could answer that question.
What's the question?
I don't think he has it set up for that. The F-150 Lightning, what's the max KW back out if you're using the F-150 like a Powerwall in a grid down situation? Using the Ford Sun blah 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 charger.
So you can set the point in which it'll shut off, and you can set it to 10, 20, or 50 miles. And I run about 2 to 3 miles per KW. And it has a 100 kilowatt battery. So
yeah, but what's the actual output back to the house if you're doing the F-150 with the Sunwhale back? Using the F-150 like a battery pack.
Like the voltage that it puts back in?
No, so Ford has two different chargers. They have the normal charger and they have, for at home, they have the normal charger and they have the Sunwhale one, I think it's called.
So there's the Pro Charger. The Pro Charger taps into the backup system. You have to use the Pro Charger for the backup system.
Sun one. That's what it is.
Sunrun is just the installer. They're not the maker of the charger. So when you buy the F-150 Lightning, you get a charger that has multiple adapters that goes in the frunk. And then you get the Charger Pro station. That's the one that can mount to a wall that runs off of 240. So 240, I have a run to that for 240, and that feeds into the backup system that I have. That Sunrun did install it, but anyone can install it. You can just buy the parts for it. So it's 240.
And what amps do you know?
30, I think it tops out at.
30 to 38, depending on setup. I'm looking at the data sheet right now.
Yeah.
So that's 8 to 9 kilowatt. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Evan. I don't know why my audio is low. I don't know what happened. Everything got screwed up on this side, but everything should be good now audio-wise on YouTube, hopefully. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. All right. So welcome to the After Chat, everybody. Appreciate you clicking on it and joining us out here. We got a decent little group of folks. So to kick things off, I don't know how long we'll talk about the Hamvention challenge unless we get a lot of feedback, but we have Jason here, so I want to make sure that we utilize his time appropriately. So up first, is there anybody watching that is curious about the Hamvention challenge or has an idea for maybe next year? Go ahead.
I got one question I was thinking about before we got here.
Yeah.
But so do y'all have any things, Jason or you, that would violate what you consider to be the rules? Like, okay, you don't do anything that's, say, in extra class, or you do things that require a license are okay. Those kinds of things is what I'm talking about.
I think and I'll let Jason go, but I'll say really fast, I think part of the issue is not so much what the realm of possibility is. It's the realm of what do people have on them when they go to a ham fest. So I think it's okay, justifiable, if you will, to say that people have an HT and a smartphone on them, from my point of view.
Yeah, and that means they're licensed, right?
Well, nothing we did required well, no, I take that back. The DTMF tone required transmission. So yeah, they would have to be licensed.
Yeah, but I didn't hear a single portion of the DTMF tone ever ID.
Oh, that's a good
So-
point too. Yeah, you're right, Loyal. They didn't.
Ah,
Ah.
Out of all the people asking questions like I'm here for the message or what do I do now, I've heard a majority of them ID, but not a single person doing the DTMF tone ever ID'd.
Yeah, Jason, what are your thoughts?
So the main thing is, I just wanted to keep it accessible for everyone. You did have to have a license because of the DTMF. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think the overwhelming majority coming to the Hamfest would at least already have a technician license. I'm sure there's some outliers there, but I wanted to keep it. We didn't want to disturb anything going on at the Hamfest. That was critical. And then we wanted to make it accessible to every license class. So whether you were a technician or an extra, you could pretty much play along with a very basic set of tools that I felt like most everyone would have on them. And that was an HT and a smartphone. So that's kind of that's kind of the space I wanted to play in for this year. Now, could we possibly in the future develop something different where we split it out? I guess that's always a possibility, but I don't see that happening. I'd rather keep it available to anyone in any license class.
yeah. And I was wondering, so because I saw exactly what you're saying as being something that you'd kind of need to spell out. And I was wondering if, like, you were thinking of putting a website up where you could take questions, but it would kind of give you the list of, okay, here's our thoughts on the way things should work, and then people kind of have an idea that, hey, don't go off the deep end here. These are the things that we're really considering.
How funny would it be if we teamed up with Ham Study next year and you have to pass a general test to get the next clue?
So
Just generate a new test each time?
and Don, I appreciate the question, but we're not trying to workshop it like that it's a cloud built type of website thing. We're not trying to do that. We don't actually want these ideas.
I'm in the wrong industry.
Yeah, we don't want all these ideas being in the open, right? Because then when people inevitably see one or two, they'll be like, "Oh, I read this on the Slack or whatever," right? Like, we don't want that. We would rather contact us directly.
That's why I thought that Jason might want to put up, a website, and you could enter your question. Jason would be the only one that see it, or just Jason and a few people, and then on that website you would kind of put your thoughts on there. Not that they're rules or anything, just some thoughts.
Also, I feel like the more you open this up to committee, the more likely it is to get like drowned out by a bunch of nonsense. Like, the best part about this is that it's not known by people. Like, people don't know what's going to happen next. It's not something that it's supposed to be something fun that you stumble upon. I appreciate that next year it's probably not as much of that is going to happen, or there's whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it loses authenticity if you make it like a big thing. I don't know, Jason. What are your thoughts if you got any on that? Oh, he's on mute. Oh, there he is.
All right, still trying to figure Discord out. I don't play in this space very often.
Oh, so you have PTT on, don't you? I can disable that.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Okay.
So, yeah, putting up some basic rules as far as, we want it to be accessible to everyone. You can't interfere with other things going on in Hamvention. In other words, I don't want it to become disruptive. If it becomes disruptive, then Hamvention is going to put the brakes on this.
Right.
So I want to keep it fun. I want to keep it entertaining. Open discussion for puzzles or possible puzzles is definitely not going to happen. Having a website where someone could submit something and it just came to me, yeah, I could see that working. But email works just as well too, because I might have well, I guess we could have someone leave an email too on a website, but I might have a follow-up question that I need a little bit more details on before I understand exactly where you're headed with a puzzle piece.
I mean, it could be like a Google form at this point. Like, it's probably simple enough to just make it a Google form that you can have like feedback or whatever. But at the same time, like, I mean, guys, make it helpful. Like if you want to reach out, like help us do it. Don't just like. Let me be very specific what I'm saying because I don't want this to come off the wrong way. I always had a boss that told me never pull the pin on a grenade and throw it in my office without having a potential solution for that grenade. Meaning, if you stumble on a problem, have a recommendation of how to fix that problem. Don't just throw problems at people, right? Like actually be part of the solution. So if this is just like your like recommendation of what you want to see, that's not getting us there. I want to see good ideas. I want to see how you think we can improve upon it, not restrict it via rules and process and all that other stuff. Don't do that to us if you can. If you see where I'm going with that.
Yeah. And thanks for taking my question. I appreciate it.
Oh no, it's a good one. It's a good one. Because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we're very much like, again, proof of concept, minimal viable product has been achieved. So now it's like, okay, cool. We got lots of directions we can go with this. And obviously people are into it. And we got, ARRL and ICOM. They're involved. They're interested in it. So, okay, how do we make this better? We don't want to make it burdened by rules and all this other caveat stuff. I want to make it better.
Well, there is one extra rule I'm gonna throw out there, and that's Josh was right, and I'm glad he reined me in on this. We can't be involved once the game begins.
Yeah,
because we got way too much else going on.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, thank you, Captain Lou. Says love your channel. You helped me pass my general last week. Congratulations, buddy. That's awesome. That's great news. All right. Anybody else? You got comments on that Hamvention challenge we were talking about? We'd love to hear it. Go for it.
I'm not wanting to add anything to you in your situation. Just would it be kind of interesting to have a fox hunt start at my Hamfest?
Be the change you want to see in the world. Be the change you want to see in the world. Make it happen.
I'm making it happen right now. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. That's awesome.
Yeah, and by the way, if you want a fox that is difficult to find, put it under a water tower.
I was going to hide it somewhere in the convention hall, basically.
Oh, I know, yeah.
And not tell anybody.
If you have something way above it that reflects signals, it will be hard as freaking hell to find.
Yeah, I like their 15 milliwatt idea, and just hide it somewhere at the show and let somebody find it.
Yeah, well, our club puts out 4 foxes every weekend. And,
one of my favorite stories about a fox hunt. So Southern California, just like everything else with VHF, UHF, there is a ton of RDF, radio direction finding enthusiasts, and they did one. And this may just be lore at this point. I don't know that it's real, but they hooked it up to an oscillating fan. Remember the room oscillating fans? So they took a parabolic dish or a Yagi, hooked it up to an oscillating fan, and they let it rotate just back and forth. See, that's the kind of automation I can appreciate in one of these challenges, because I would be down with that. Kevin David Brumette, welcome to the Ham Radio Crash Course membership. So thank you so much for doing that. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Anybody else with some good ideas, recommendations, or otherwise, we'll take them. We'll talk live. Or if you have questions, concerns, otherwise, we'll talk to it on the Hamvention challenge. Go for it.
Hey Josh, I'll volunteer to be the mobile fox.
Oh, we got somebody who's gonna donate their human body to be a human fox. Who was that?
That's James.
Oh, it's James.
QSR.
You're quirky enough that we could probably accept your your donation, because
I'll wear disguises.
You got around a lot. I saw you all over the place at the show, so that's funny. That's awesome. Loyal, was that you in there? Do you have a comment?
No, Josh, it was Ed.
Yep.
AC3IK.
Wait, hold on, Ed. Hold. Loyal did have a comment, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, sorry, Laura. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Question right before I text Jason some more ideas. How long of a recording does that simplex repeater let you do?
I I think 1,700 minutes or seconds.
Okay, so long enough for SSTV. Got it.
How long is SSTV?
Depends what mode you do. You could do anywhere
1,700
between.
seconds? Yeah, it'll do it. 1,700
Yeah,
seconds?
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
it'll
good.
handle it.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
I
good.
see. I like where your brain's going there, Loyal. I already like where I like what you're thinking about. That's good. All right, good stuff.
I have a question.
Okay, Ed, we'll go back to Ed, and then we'll come back for Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, real quick. I just I think I mentioned this in the chat on the live stream, but if at least for this, probably set up each Fox station as like a Pokestop where you have like, you know how if you get items in the Pokestop, probably have like stickers, something really small, maybe from some of the vendors if they're game for that. Also, like probably maybe set up a QSL card so that way you can send that to somebody else. You know, kind of like we do it, like you do in Pokemon Go, like you do in Pokemon Go. I mean, it's just an option. I thought it'd be because I thought of that, you know, with the POTA and or at least doing the Pokemon type of thing in POTA parks. But at least for this, maybe something along those lines.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's like Geo.
break that down into like just a couple of steps. What did you say again? There was a lot there. So repeat that about what was it? What was it in QSL cards?
Yeah, we'll just like basically set up each Fox station like a Pokestop where you would get items like you would get health restore, other type Pokeballs. In this case, we get stickers or some type of small item, maybe from a vendor or from one of the YouTubers. Or you can put a QSL card because in in Pokemon Go, you send like a gift or something over to another player. And also has the list of like what the location was. So at least if you had the picture of like the location where the Pokestop is, that's just a thought that came across my head.
It's a good idea. The problem is that we're not trying to make this someone's job, right? We're not trying to turn this into a day-long thing where someone has to stand somewhere and be the thing, right?
Right. Oh yeah, I understand.
It's got to be automated. Now, I'm not against like having someone like James be the mobile beacon, right? But what does that mean? Does that mean that James has to hand out something? Well, that's not advantageous. We would rather put like a sign on his back or something, right? Like that's better because then you just get the 3 characters and you can move on, that kind of thing.
Right. I was just thinking if we can probably take or to say take one. You leave it in the box. You don't have to worry about anybody really manning it. You just like basically like stickers to just please take one sticker. Don't take a whole bunch. You go with the honor system if you could.
We know how well that worked for Halloween candy, right?
This is true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Although I know as a vendor from other things, if I was a vendor, I would love to play along and be like, hey, they could come and I'll give them a sticker and I could talk to them about my wares. So that gets them to my table where they may not otherwise visit me out in the flea market or visit me out in wherever because,
yeah,
you know, that's something that they won't come here and see my whatever.
Yeah, and so here's the reality of this, and I love this idea. So I love the idea of a vendor having a clue on something that they hand out, but you know how long it takes to have them get their gears going and then produce that before it happens? A lot of time, right? And you have to get them thinking about next year right now, which they do not want to think about Hamvention right now. So all of that is such good ideas, but you have to frame it into like what's possible and at what point do we approach them, all that stuff. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely, totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Right big time, yes.
Yeah, right on. Appreciate that. All right, let's see. Any other questions, comments, or otherwise on the Hamvention challenge?
Yeah, I have a question.
I saw Josh first, so go Josh, and then we'll go the next.
Yes, so my question is dealing with ferrite chokes. So I have a ham radio friend who's having issues with his shack with lights turning off and on, and his room light, his touch lamp turning off and on when he's keying up his rig. I know ferrite chokes help, but it's not helping with his lamps that turn off and on with his touch. So is there any recommendations about that?
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Did he put the ferrites on the lamp cords?
Yes, we did.
Oh, what kind of antenna is he using?
He's using a Crushcraft GP. It's HF. Forgot to ask. I forgot the model.
Wait. Is it a touch lamp?
Yes, it's a touch lamp.
Oh, yeah, you're screwed. The touch lamps are horrible. They're horrible at creating noise, and they're also horrible at turning off and on when people are transmitting. You almost, oh man, there's so many issues with touch lamps. So you can, how well grounded is the Cushcraft?
He has an 8-foot ground pole on it right now, so 10-foot ground to it, and it's going to the shack, but it's still creating RF. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done because he really likes the lamp, but he hates having to turn it off during his transmissions.
You should probably just turn it off during his transmissions, to be honest. Does he have is his shack grounded? Like, is his radios well grounded in the shack?
He has cords going outside his window. It's grounded at the outside of his window.
It might just be a bad lamp. It's probably not the radio's fault. It's probably just that the lamp is not up to spec.
Yeah, it's kind of an older lamp, but he really liked it because it's like the light comes through it. But that's all I just had to ask. And that if we can't do anything, we'll just let him know the news. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a good solution for that, unfortunately. Yeah, touch lamps are a huge problem for ham radio. All right. Who's next in there with a question or comment?
Comment?
Go ahead.
One of the retailers at Hamvention is Ron K9ID, who makes call sign hats and such like. Maybe you should have a word with him about engaging in this interesting venture.
Do you have like what we could potentially?
Well, he's a member of the HRCC. He's usually found in DITS and DAS.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what would we ask him to, like, what would be the puzzle, if you will, or some?
Well, so I don't know nothing about puzzles, so I'm just suggesting that one of the guys you could suggest, who is a vendor and a member of HRCC,
right,
would be what Ron, because I know he's a very interesting gentleman and maybe game for some fun.
Okay, I kind of see how we might be able to work with that.
You know, I mean, if nothing else, you could, as he prints and on every kind of material known to man,
I am going
to probably have something, something you know, at his booth that you could scan or something.
Oh yeah, so I am open to all brands reaching out to Jason or I in making their booth be a destination. But I think what's going to happen, and this is just me throwing my 2 cents into this, we approached the booths that would be involved in this first go-around because we have worked with them in the past. I feel like every booth would say, or not every, but you know, a decent sum of booths will say, oh yeah, we want to be a part of this. We want you to drive people to the booth. And then we're going to say, okay, well, what kind of like puzzle do you offer first? Like, well, we don't want to do that. We just want you to put the card there, and then people will come and find the card and then walk off. If you notice, hold on. So if you notice the beginning of the whole talk when we were doing like the beginning of that, everybody's like, well, where's the real fun in this? Like, we are already going to go to that booth. We are going to blah, 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 blah. So it could quickly spiral out of control in the sense that we're sending people all over to these different locations, and it's not really value added. We have to figure out how to make the booth stop, if you will, part of the game in an interesting and valuable way. Like it actually adds to the game. And that requires the brand, if you will, to kind of come on board with us and be a part of it, be a partner in it going forward, I feel.
Well, that's why I suggested you have a word with him to find, you know, obviously find something he can do, because since he's a printing type environment, maybe you could print something on a T-shirt or something, you know, that the guy running around the Hamvention could be wearing. So you know, just a suggestion, but also he wasn't very well covered. But also anything that gets people to go around the whole place, the more pit stops you have, the longer it takes to do, if you see what I mean. From a walk-in potential. So
yeah. The embroidery stuff, there's actually something I'm kind of thinking about that we could probably use that for.
I haven't asked him either. I'm literally dropping him in this.
Oh, I know.
I haven't said nothing, but I'm just saying that if you know, he's the times I've spoken to him, he's always sort of an interesting gentleman, and I think he might be up for something like this, you know, to be involved anyway.
And treat this like brainstorming. We're just brainstorming here.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right. So who else? Any comments on the Hamvention challenge? We'd love to hear it.
I was one of the people that finished the challenge.
You were. Michael's in the chat. So Michael, well, why don't you give us your live thoughts on what you thought, how we did, or whatever, feedback anyway, either direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned in the stream, it was me and a couple other people. We're all from Rochester, New York.
Are you an engineer? You're an engineer, aren't you?
No, not at all.
Really?
We have a lot of them here, but no,
so
I didn't
so many engineers in Rochester.
There's a lot.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So when we were first leaving the YouTube meeting in the very beginning, there was we were trying to figure out like what to start, so we scanned the QR code and it brought us to the website, and we kept trying to register for that WordPress, or I think it was WordPress, and that really stuck. That really got us confused for quite a while. And as we were walking out, I was listening to what other people around us were saying, and they were kind of saying the same thing. They were like, "Oh, we got to register for this website. Well, I don't have time for that." And like they kind of just stopped right then and there at that beginning part. But I wasn't going to give up that easily, so we kind of kept trying to dig into it, and eventually, when we started getting the first queue solved, we were able to start maneuvering around. What really got us confused was the I'm going to say the wrong word, but the DTMF tones or whatever, or what are they called?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And so I went on that frequency, and we tried to make a FM contact.
Right.
And nobody responded, of course. Interestingly enough, just a few minutes before the winner was announced, I heard some commotion on that frequency. So I think somebody else was probably doing the same thing, and then they must have realized it, and maybe I had my radio turned down so I didn't hear the playback, because you don't have to, just to correct me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't technically have to be the one to push the code to hear it. If I was listening into that frequency, I would have heard it, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So that was
the bit of the sausage making. There was probably 3 or 4 people at Jason's RV that were actively trying. They all got stuck at the DTMF tone. Tons of people got stuck there, and they were actively trying to hit it. And I don't know what the deal was with their radios, but they could not do it. But if it was a Baofeng or my Yaesu VX6, it killed it in that thing. So I don't know what happened with those other ones.
Believe it or not, we didn't know how to do it on our radio. So I have a Yaesu FT8X, I think is what it is. I don't have it around me. It's one of the $85 ones. It's decent. I upgraded from a UV5R. Last year, I took it to Hamvention and got it tested for serious emissions, and it failed. But that's a whole nother story. So we had to pull up the user manual right in the middle of Hamvention. So it was great. So I learned something new, which was fantastic. And then it was just a race to the end, and then once we saw the winner, we kind of paused for a little bit, and then we decided, well, we might as well try to finish it. Good. And so I think you mentioned something about a QSO card, or is that something you guys are still sending out?
Yeah. Go ahead,
It is something that will be coming home from Hamvention and running a channel and a newsletter and everything else. Give me a little bit of time to get those put together and get those sent out.
Yeah, no, totally take your time. It's no problem at all. N2MAK already won a swag bag. I don't know if that's even possible now that we're not there. I don't want you guys to waste a ton of money on shipping, so you don't have to send that. But
oh no, we'll get it sorted out. So the 10 swag packs that were offered to us, what we need, and I think I'm probably going to lean on Jason because he's got the list, is he's got to contact the individuals to find out what their sizes are. So okay, I'm pretty sure that those are all earmarked for us that did the challenge. And I'll probably get some number of those swag packs to be able to hand out if there's any left over as well. So, yeah, we'll probably be messaging you after this.
Okay, yeah, no, like I said, no rush. The last thought on it is the APRS stuff was all very new to us as well.
Oh,
and
nice.
That was cool. We got an app on our phone, and we're able to look around and find that specific, node, I think is what they're called, and saw the little thing. And I'll give it to Jason, being a gamer, I'm guessing, or an old geek. Up, down, down, left, right. Got us so confused for like a good 20 minutes, and we were like, "This has to be something. This
And it
has to be
wasn't.
something." And it was nothing to do with it, but it
You
was
got him,
fantastic.
Jason, you got him. You got him.
Yep, that was strictly a way to mess with people. So that will anything we can throw into the game next year along those lines is fair game. So yeah, that was enjoyable, because I heard that comment quite a bit. That confused quite a few people. And I'm glad you learned something about your radio with the DTMF. I'm glad you learned something about APRS. Again, you didn't have to download anything for your phone for that particular challenge. You could have literally went to aprs.fi on your phone with just a browser, and you would have been able to have clicked on that object and saw the details right there, and saw where it was located on the map, so that you could have then went for the second portion of it to the physical location. So once again, didn't have to download anything to make that happen, but it was perfectly acceptable to download something if you preferred.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. We're looking forward to next year. It was an absolute blast. So thanks for putting that together. And it's funny, the who was going to get the 7300 if we won. I was kind of saying at the beginning, I kind of hope we don't win, because I don't want to have to deal with that. So it worked out well.
That was what Jason and I both said after we saw everybody was from Rochester. We're like, okay. I mean, they didn't win, but we were thinking to ourselves, like, man, what would have happened if they did win? Like, how are they going to share the 7300? Is it going to be the sisterhood of the traveling 7300s? I didn't know it was going to go.
We would have had to gone to the troll pub and seen who could have lasted the longest.
Did you guys go, by the way? Am I just?
We did, yeah. No, we talked a few times. So Mike's real tall, N2MAK. He's a pretty tall dude, so he would have stuck out.
I know all of your faces. I can't put the voice to it right now, so I apologize for that. And your avatar is definitely not your face. So
no, that's from Elden Ring.
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke to all three of them that night at the Troll Pub afterwards, and I believe you guys were even asking some questions after the game, or making some comments at least after the game at the Troll Pub.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was fantastic. It was an absolute blast. If anybody's ever thinking about going to Hamvention and you're not sure if you want to pull the trigger and waste PTO or whatnot, I've only been a ham for a couple years. I'm a pandemic ham. I don't come from an engineering background or anything like that, and I had an absolute blast. Spent way too much money, but it was a lot of fun. So
we're gonna start
I highly recommend it.
You could never spend too much money.
Can we normalize panda hams? Can we
Yes.
say panda hams? I
like it.
I love panda hams. Let's do that.
I'm a panda ham. I love it. I'd love to know how much you guys spend on just the travel and accommodations while you're there. Because to me, it seems like it would be in the $1,000 range.
It's about $1,000 for me. I'll say straight up. Like once you factor in rental car, gas, not even like eating. I won't even talk about how much I blew at Troll Pub, which, by the way, we haven't. We'll probably okay. We'll give a shout out. So shout out to everybody. It's Memorial Day weekend. You know the big game is on Monday. By the way, shout out to all of our troops, the people who have sacrificed to have the day, Memorial Day. That's why this really exists. But at the same time, we know a lot of people will be barbecuing on Monday. If you're not doing anything, tomorrow, Ham Radio 2.0 is going to have a live stream. I'm going to try to be on it and talk through some of this as well. I don't know if Jason's going to be on it, but we'll talk about the challenge a bit again. But as far as the costs go, I'm probably going to talk through some of that on the show. I had to pay a lot for airfare this year, like a staggering amount for airfare, more than I've ever had to pay, and it was only thanks to Kyle and Airbnbs to honestly, guys, if you're having trouble with accommodations wherever you're going to any of these Hamfests, please look into Airbnbs. You'll save a ton of money, and you'll honestly have a much richer and fulfilling time if you can share the Airbnb with your friends that are also hams. Trust me.
Unless you're the car guys.
Unless you're the car guys. Yeah, T.O. and those guys and Jim and them got screwed pretty hard.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck found out. I don't know if you've seen his video, but he's found out that there's a lot of people that get ripped off. And in fact, there were two. That house that had the eviction notice on it was actually overbooked. So there, not only did they get screwed, but there was somebody else that actually had rented it as well. So yeah, bad. They're Airbnb and a couple of those places are really, or no, I think they use Booking.com, and he said you have to be very careful when you're renting from them, and he posted a bunch of things he found out online on how to protect yourself.
There you go.
As a travel agent, I would definitely say VRBO is definitely a much better site if you're going to be doing this than any of them, because you get the whole house to yourself than any of them, and they have a little bit more protections in place. But yes, I agree with Josh. Getting a whole house and then splitting among like 10 people is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Did you see what happened, Michael?
I did. I was supposed to be there, and I will honestly tell you, the Yankees were in Cincinnati, and I'm a diehard Yankees fan. And I took my father to the Yankees game because my dog passed away just a few weeks ago. My dad really helped with my dog, and we had to put my dog down, and so that was a gift to my dad for helping him, helping all the months with my dog. So I took Dad to the Yankees game.
Good for you. Sorry about the Yankees, though.
Yeah.
I'm not a sports person, but I don't know. I just always seem to want to throw it at Yankees fans for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know why.
Isn't the Indy 500 on Memorial Day?
Yeah, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Indianapolis 500. 300,000 people are coming here to my glorious city and setting up a home here, yes.
Yeah,
It doesn't interfere with Monaco.
And Whiskey 9 IMS is on the air, guys. I've already worked them for one race. This is the second race. The third race is in August.
Yeah. By the way, if you're in close and you got the capability to receive race radio frequencies, that's really fun. Like, you can pick up a lot of the pits. You can pick up other people transmitting. It's really, really cool. That's actually a compelling reason to have a radio when you're at a race or close by a race. It's really fun.
Well, the thing about the Whiskey 9 IMS is if you work them and you for each one you get a QSL, and if you work all three races or work them on all three races, then they send you this really nice 8x10 certificate.
Quick question. Do you know if they have a VHF, UHF channel too for Whiskey 9 IMS?
I do not. I don't. I've always contacted them on HF.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's a little hard to get them on HF when you're 5 miles from the track.
If you're that close, you might be able to hit them on HF. You'd be loud as hell. Try it.
Yeah, ground wave.
Ground
Sounds
wave.
good. Yeah, I threw a ground wave. Didn't think about that.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Anybody else comments or questions on the Hamvention challenge? Otherwise, we'll just open it up to all ham radio questions.
Quick comment.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Mike.
Just think, if you've got a Stone Age radio or a Baobang UV3R that doesn't have a keyboard, you can always make your mobile phone do the old-fashioned put the phone near the microphone thing.
Oh, you're right. That's some Captain Crunch level in ingenuity there, Mike. Great call.
Yeah, well, I used to be a
didn't even
telecoms
think about
engineer.
that.
You know, we used to have those little dialer things so you could remote control your answering machine. So old school, baby.
Yeah, we used to have those PDAs that had the speaker on the back of it. That when you'd plug it into you'd hold it up against the phone and click the button and it would dial. Those are old school, super old school. That was super cool.
Oh yeah.
Man, that takes me back, Mike.
Yeah, I'm too old. I remember all that.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, we used to have to fix the damn things.
Jody, as always, clutch for the comments there, says that W9 IMS will operate single sideband, including 80, 40, 20, 17, 15, 10, and 6, as well as 146.520 simplex. So there you go, Michael. You can try them on simplex. They're monitoring simplex. At least that's what they're saying.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. Let's see. Anybody else with a comment on the Hamvention challenge? Otherwise, we'll just open it wide open. We'll talk about anything ham radio related, text or voice. Go ahead.
A release of APRS, so Mike is not always right.
Jeff, what was that again? Say it again. You're a little roomy. We hear you on like a mic that sounds far away from where you're at.
So APRS with K8 MRD, another use for APRS.
The Hamvention challenge, yeah, that's really what the origin of the Hamvention challenge was. It was to use APRS for something. I'm kidding. It was not. All right. Very good. All right, let's open it up to all questions, and I want to encourage. We're an hour, or half an hour in at least, but I want to encourage everybody that's a new ham specifically. If you're having any ham radio problems, that is literally why this after chat exists. I know that we had a bit of a primary front-loaded discussion on the Hamvention challenge, but we're here to help out anybody that's starting out in amateur radio. We want to help you. So whether it's on Twitch or YouTube or here on Discord, on the text chat in Discord, or on voice, preferably, we'll give you priority. Please come forward. Any questions, any level of experience in ham radio, we want to help you out. So go ahead. Anybody? Well, that's great. We can shut it down then. We've solved all the ham radio problems. I'll just drink beer and talk.
Yeah.
We'll hang out.
And we can answer most of the
questions. By the way, you didn't tell us in your video, Josh, what you were drinking tonight.
I don't do that as much anymore because I don't know. It slows down the show, I feel. But I'll tell you what I've got. I've got two. The other one I think fell off the counter there, but I have a Gust of Wind from the brewery, which is a fantastic brewery. This is a Belgian-style triple. Not my favorite Belgium-style triple ale, but not bad. All right, let's see. And by the way, if you're in a text chat, please put the word questions somewhere in your sentence, because then it highlights it for me, and then I can get to it really fast. So Mike the Guy asks, what are the big differences between the Yaesu FTM300? Who is that? I think it might be KJ7THC. FTM300 and the FTM200. Is the 300 worth the extra 60? So I will let other people talk on this because I'm not really fully familiar with both of those radios. But the Yaesu FTM300 is a true dual receiver type radio, dual receiver, dual transmitter, and the 200 is not. So for an extra $60 to get that capability is actually good. I would do that. But is there anybody in the voice chat that would like to add their thoughts?
Doesn't the 300 also have two VFO displays on it as well? Or
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I remember. And the 200 I thought only had one. Or it could be the 6000. I don't remember.
It's worth every penny for the difference. You also get Bluetooth for free, where you have to put a FTM 200, you have to put a chip.
Oh, and you get Bluetooth, yeah.
And the difference between the 300 and the 500?
It's got a big head, Don.
That one, yeah.
Not as big as the 400. But
Speaking of the 500, where's Jason? Jason, you want to talk about the 500, or should we wait patiently?
Oh boy, I think I'm going to wait on this one. I am having an issue with it, and I've got to get back over. Josh mentioned a way that I might can fix it, but literally my two volume knobs are locked together, not physically, but in software. The bottom one does nothing, and if I turn the top one, it increases the volume on both the A and B band. And I can't figure out how to separate the two of them again. So I'm sure I've done it. I just can't figure out what I've done to cause this madness.
Yeah, I think when you're in just the VFO or the memory screen, not the PMG screen, if you hold down the VFO button, you'll get to that. I think you might just click it, actually. It'll bring up the menu system for the audio. Do one of those. I'm
sorry, you said the large tuning button is the one to press in?
If you click it. if you just single click it, does it bring up a menu option?
Negative. It did
How about
not.
if you hold it
I'll
down?
play with it. I'll figure it out.
How about if you hold it
I'll
down?
see what I can do.
Hold
All
it,
right, let
hold
me
it
try
down
that.
and see what it does.
This game is a mail to it. And they are, they,
Paul, you got a hot mic.
No, holding it down brings up the frequency input.
That's not right. That's okay. I am also of mixed opinion on this radio. So off the cuff, if you're just like an average repeater user, it's probably totally fine for you. As an APRS user, it's not as good to use as the FTM 400. I'll just say that straight up. I have many more thoughts as well on that I'm going to eventually coalesce into a video, but I'm deep in a pile of videos that I've already recorded that I got to get out there. But yeah. Yeah, it's a part of that AES actually. So there's a menu thing you can do to get into the AES. I'll have to I could just break it out and we could just go through it live, but we'll see. Somebody remembers.
Well, that's okay. Mine's not sitting close enough to the microphone for me to play with and stay on it, but I'll mess with it. If you think it's in the AES, I know, I believe I remember how to get into that through the deep F menu.
So, Josh, what you're saying is I should not go out and purchase an FTM 500 yet?
If you already have a 400, I would encourage you to probably try and go hands-on with the 500 before you decide to jump ship. That would be my...
I have neither of them, and I'm looking to get a new APRS dedicated rig because my D710 is deciding to die finally.
Yeah. Oh, Dennis Calderon is saying go to menu option 18 there, Jason. So it really depends. By the way, this is not like against. I'm not really against the radio. I think that it's okay that a radio is not so great in some things and like really good in other areas. And then you just have to know that and say like, okay, well, you know, I just have to pick appropriately for what I want to do. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'd have been okay if they'd have reproduced the 400 with a mic on the head, but I don't see a point in the 500.
It would become much bigger. I mean, it would become bigger to do that.
Yeah, that's okay. The 400 is big.
I'm with you. Well, not the head unit. That's what I mean.
Oh, I've looked at the 500, but not next to a 400. And to me, the 500 doesn't look as big as the 400.
The head unit is significantly bigger on the 500 than the 400.
Then why the hell did they make the screen so small?
Well, if you think about it, so just my opinion, if you factor in the headphone jack to be able to do the mic connection, or not the headphone jack, but you know what I'm talking about, and the external speaker jack, and then also the micro SD card, those are all like discrete components that you have to cram into the head. I agree the screen doesn't have to be that small, but the VFO knob is really big. Whether you like that or not, it doesn't really matter. The VFO is kind of a moot thing. So
yeah, I've never had any issues operating the VFO on the 400, and then having the two separate volume knobs and all of that. That to me is a good aesthetic. But having the screen real estate, I have an idea. The reason that Yaesu went to the smaller screen is because they can share the screens between a bunch of the different radios.
I think that's probably a
to me statement. That's like, look, I don't care. I'll pay the extra.
Yeah, and it should be noted, too, with the 400, that little pop-up menu that you used to get on the bottom that was on the screen, those were all configurable buttons. Jason can talk about that for a while. Right, Jason, you had a bunch of those soft buttons configured to, like, your perfect setup on the 400?
Yeah, I did. And that quick menu, when you short press the function button, that is configurable, and you can put message list and station list in that menu. So it's one extra button click to get there. But if I was looking for a radio specifically for APRS, I would buy the 400 over the 500 all day long and twice on Sunday.
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it.
The one thing, Jason, since you're here, on APRS, what the messaging to me just is completely ridiculous. If you're having to do 1998 cell phone stuff and type in on that little DTMF pad, I don't see how anybody does that. I didn't text back in the 90s,
Well, the screen
and
is
I'm
touchscreen.
sure not.
It is a touchscreen.
Yeah, but I can't while I'm driving. It's really difficult to do that.
Yeah. So it does encourage you to have pre-canned messages for replying and all that, and you should do that. There's no reason not to explore that. Regardless, so straight up, listen, if you're driving and you're trying to hammer out a message on APRS on the 400, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be focusing on driving, please.
Two things. Don's never going to let down that message on the DTMF keypad, and thank you for the advice on the 400 over the 500. I was seriously looking at doing the 500 here to, as I said, replace the D710.
The D710.
I think
Kenwood
Kenwood
D710 Alpha,
Kenwood D710.
the original. Yeah.
Yeah. The one radio I will probably get on the waiting list for, because I've never done it before on any radio, but the D75 I probably will, because to me that's an exciting radio.
It's the 74.
No, the 75.
I understand, but it's the 74. The feature set is not that different.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't have a 74, and
Oh,
those things are ridiculous cost.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to say anymore.
Okay.
I think by the time a lot of us found out about the D74, it was unobtainium. So
yep.
I'm not to Don's level of excitement about it, but I'm interested in it.
Well, and my only interest in it is that I've been interested in the 74, and every time I see them, they're out of my price range for an HT, and I'll see what Kenwood does with it. But if they push it up to in the $600 or $700 range, to me that is a mobile radio. I should not be paying that for an HT.
It'll probably be 800 if you just take the D74 and adjust for inflation. It's probably going to.
I didn't say it.
Range.
I didn't say it, but hey, Don, let's think about this for a second. There are D74s that are selling on eBay right now for between $800 to $900. So
yeah.
That tells Kenwood, at a completely capitalistic viewpoint, that their market demands that price, or their radio demands that price. So why would they sell it for any less than like $800? Think about it.
Yeah, but I've seen radios like that where the used market is this, and then the radio manufacturer comes in several hundred under that and kills that used market.
Right.
So I don't know that you're wrong. I'm just saying I've seen both.
What I'm guessing is going to happen, because all amateur radio works this way, is that it's going to come out super hot in the price, and then it's gonna dip. That's my guess. Just like all this stuff. It's going to come out at I don't know, somewhere between $700 and $800. Just looking at the eBay prices, just around that spot, and then it's going to come down. It's my guess.
Well, the FT5D is what, 300 at the show last week.
Yeah, and that's how many years old now? Like a year or two, right? 2 years.
Yeah, that's actually not too terribly long for it to have dropped that much.
By the way, that's a really good price actually for that radio. I feel $300 for the FT5 is a good deal. That's a good deal.
It's not going to stay that price.
No,
I mean the sales are so infrequent on those, a couple times a year, right?
Right. So if you can get it, you probably should if you're interested in it.
Black Friday. But yeah, I've got a 3DR and I don't use it that much anyway. So
I don't know what Black Friday is going to look like this year. Black Friday has been kind of sad the last like 3 or 4 years on ham radio. If we got a hot Black Friday, that would be That would be really cool. The problem is like just supply on hand for a lot of the retailers.
I don't know. Radio Oddity was like basically handing out G90s.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of talking about the Japanese radios, but yes, Radio Oddity and a lot of the Chinese radios, they can do some stuff that the Japanese manufacturers just are not at this point.
Yeah, we'll see what they do on the FTDX10. That one and the 7300, and their usual stuff. They may discount those, but I don't know that we'll ever see. Like when I started buying HF radios, like they were going out of style, the 7300 was about less than $900. In fact, I think I bought mine for $860 on Black Friday. Right. So they have slowly now they're in the $1,000 range when they're on sale, right? So that's changed, but we'll see what they do with the FTX10 if they take $200 or $300 off of it.
I remember seeing an ICOM IC-7100 in the $700 price range on a Black Friday years ago, pre-COVID, and that was the hot deal. We're like, oh, you should look into this if you're interested in this radio, which it is. It's still it's a good radio. It's still a good radio. Still fun to use.
I know I bought mine used not long after not long after I got rid of the 7300, but and I don't. It was not that. I think I bought it for. You know what? I paid $750 for it, brand new. I guess from HRO. That's
was probably Black Friday.
Yeah.
That was like 2019,
Could have been
2018. I'm guessing.
Yeah. It was 2019. Because I can tell you why I want to know, why I remember what the date is, but I'm not going to go into that because.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's when I started getting back into HF.
Yeah. All right, opening it back up for questions. Anybody in the voice chat or on the text chat? Looks like we have 2 over on YouTube, so I'll pull those right now. Question. I purchased 2 each FT818 new demo units from DX Engineering last fall. I want to sell to fund a purchase of a new radio. What would be a reasonable price to sell? The eBay sold is broad, $600 to $950. So never use the sold listings on eBay. Use the completed listings. Completed means there was actually a transaction of funds. Sold, I think, wait, am I wrong? It's completed, right? That's what you want? People in the chat, correct me? Voice chat?
I do believe so.
I'll have to look it up.
I think it's completed.
Yeah, completed means like it was done. Like sold means that it fell out at the last minute or was some kind of problem or whatnot. I think I could be wrong.
Says you got them backwards.
Yeah, I might be backwards. So what would you pay? Okay, so let's assume I'm wrong. So let's assume that's right. The sold is broad at $600 to $950. What would you all buy? And by the way, Tom, you got to put this into perspective. People that are buying on eBay are not necessarily the people that are in the after chat and the people that are talking right now. What would you all pay for an 818 new in box off of eBay if you were looking for one?
600.
Let's go one at a time.
I was going to say no more than 600 new in box.
I mean, that's cheaper than they were sold for, though. So I don't know.
5 watts though at this point. 600.
I feel like there's probably some wiggle room in that. Skeeter says 700 or less. I'm towards that side. I would probably go 750 or less for an 818. If I really wanted one, I would pay
Collins
750.
Filters? Yes.
Okay, get out of here with the Collins filters. Not new in box. Not new in box. You're not getting Collins filters, bud. I think 750 or under would be reasonable. Yeah, somewhere between 600 and 700. That's what a lot of people are saying.
I was going to say 650 or under, Josh.
But would you buy that or an 857D?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not an
I'd buy
857,
the
891.
857D all day.
Oh, I paid $750 for my 857.
Yeah, I don't know.
and from RNL, and it was freaking brand new in the box. It was still in the damn plastic.
They just wrapped it back up, man.
No. I can tell. And I wasn't. There were two. There was me and one other guy that got those radios right at the same time, and it's absolutely clear that that's a silent key that had bought 2 extras for himself, and he had. There was a third one on there that had a stripe on the screen, and I'll bet they all came from the same guy. And the 2 that we bought were the ones that the guy was holding out in case that one died.
Oh, right, maybe. But mine's good. Mine's only seen the inside of the ham shack. Well, actually, I take that back. I did take it out with Randy, and we did a POTA on it.
Yeah, I've taken mine on POTA. It works really well. And I wish that I could hook it to, take it out and hook it to my ATOS. But
does that radio have voice key?
You can buy the little microphone or the
voice
remote for it or something.
Module.
You might have to have a module. You're right. So there's a question from Ed, and Ed is asking, where's his question? Let's find it.
Sorry, I meant voice keying. Like you can record a message and then you hit a button, it plays it.
You might have to get the voice module for the 857. The 891 does voice keying. All right. So Ed asks, my 891 cuts off transmission when I do FT8 sometimes. It's not the full 12 seconds, even though WSJTX says it's still transmitting. Is that a quirk of the 891? I have the same issue with JSA call. No, it's likely RF that's getting into your transmission lines and screwing everything up.
Or if you're running an in-fed half wave, you could be oversaturating the toroid.
I would argue that's still RF, but yeah, that you're on the same lines. I was going to ask, what antenna are you running? Because that's going to yield some information.
This is one of those. It depends.
It depends. Likely it's RF that's causing havoc with things. I would ferrite all the USB cables, but then I would also consider possibly not doing end-fed half wave on some of these radios. Don't know.
Okay,
Don't know.
Josh. I'm sorry, Josh. It's like I'm running a random wire. So yeah, I'm probably, like Don said, flooding the toroid.
No,
and
it's
also,
RF in the
it's
shack
like,
if it's a 9-to-1. It's likely RF in the shack.
Oh yeah.
If it's a 9-to-1, yeah. So here's what you should do. Drop that down to like 5 watts output. Drop it way down. Drop the power like to the floor and see if you can get through a full transmission cycle. If you can, I would put toroids on the antenna feed point to the radio and on the USB cable to start, and you may have to go harder than that.
Yeah, because I have a USB cable with ferrites, and I do have a choke at the end of my. I have a toroid at the end on the antenna feed side.
No, but you don't want that. You don't want that. That's not good. So,
no.
Are you running a radial wire by chance? Are you running radials?
One radial. That's it.
Oh, so you are running a radial. Okay, so then yeah, you can put it at the antenna choke point. I would also put it at the connection to the radio. I would put another one at the connection point of the radio.
Okay, so just switch it to the connect to radio.
I didn't say switch it. I said add another one in this case.
Oh, just add another one. Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Because you already have a radial. So the other half of the antenna is that radial wire that's acting as the other half of the antenna. But I would choke both the feed point of the antenna and also at the radio, the back of the radio.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Thanks.
Try
That's what I needed.
Try
it. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I hope. Yeah, I'll try the 5 watts.
And literally start at like 5 watts and then start working your way up until you find where it fails. And then guess what? We found the new upper limit.
Very cool. Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
All right. So let's see. So this is new to me. So this is. I need the chat to help me out on this. So Monsoon Josh over on YouTube side said, question, who created the Dayton Hamvention bingo cards I saw? Some of those category squares were kind of questionable. So who saw this? I did not see the bingo cards. Did anybody get the bingo cards?
I found the link to the ones from 2019, but I have no idea if they were revised or somebody redid them for this year.
Yeah, so
That I do not know.
Monsoon Josh, I'm assuming you meant like a physical card you saw. If it was a website, then that's existed for a long time.
No, it was somebody had it in their picture, and it was like an actual paper form of it, and it had like some pretty interesting categories in the squares. It was on one of the pictures on the ham radio page that I saw. I might have to link the picture. Let me see if I can find
if you can find it, link us to it. We'll take a look at it. But that's existed in some form for a very long time, particularly when they were still at Hera. Hera Arena there was lots of interesting squares for that. All right, so Michael has a question. Would an 857 for an ICOM 7100 be a fair trade? I'm just such an ICOM person. I want to put one in the car. Yes and no. So it's interesting. It depends. It depends. So the reality is the 857 is kind of like an all-in-one mobile unit that you can put in a backpack, carry out to a location, and activate. The 7100 not so much because the head unit doesn't like click into the body. But the 7100 has a tuner, and the 857 does not. And so for some people, they need that tuner.
Wrong. No.
Oh,
71.
no, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of my Go Box. My Go Box has a tuner in it, and it has the tune button, and so I'm thinking about that. I'm sorry. No tuner in the 7100.
Because Jerry did you proud.
Jerry did. Jerry did me proud. Jerry took care of that whole thing. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the 7100 Go Box that I have from Jerry. That's another sad thing is so we lost Chip and we lost Jerry this year. This has been a tough year, guys. Oh, man. Yeah, so for me, okay, let me back this up a little bit. The 7100 can be mobile mounted. The 7100 actually makes a really clean ham shack because you can hide the body somewhere and you can run cables to the head unit, and the head unit's a nice little, it basically looks like an alarm clock. The 5100 is like, you put it all together and it's kind of like little big chungus that you put on a picnic table. And that can also be remoted with a head unit. Mm-hmm. If you were to ask me, is it a fair trade? It is a fair trade. Jason, go ahead. You have a comment.
Yeah, so I found the issue with the radio when the, what do they call it? AESS?
The 500.
Yeah, when the AESS is engaged, the volumes are locked together.
Well,
if you disable that, you've got individual control.
Oh. Wow. All right.
By the way, on the 7100, one of the nice things about the 7100 too is if you have any experience with a 7300, the interface and the touch interface is very, very similar.
Yes.
And then, well, it's similar because you have the ability to do D-Start. So it's closer even to the 705, but whatever. And T.O. just dropped a video today on the 7100. I don't know when he got one. I didn't know he had one, but anyway.
He did the hand heart. T.O. hand hearts the 7100. Which it's a good radio. Again, I will repeat the tired old line that I've always said is that we are very blessed that even like a generation or two old radios now are still completely usable, still functional, really good to have. There are many generations of radios and people that were ham radio operators in different decades that cannot claim the level of good radios we have available today. So yes, I like all of them. They're older radios, but they're still good. They're still kicking.
Mm-hmm. And also the tuner interface on the back of it is the same as the 7300. So it's really easy.
It's just a 4-pin plug.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's God. ICOM. I still point so many new people to ICOM because it's almost like the menus are so similar, the interfaces are so similar. It's easy to use for somebody that's new and starting out.
Yeah, and built-in sound card too. So
that's right.
Now the interface on that sound card is a little weird, but there's still plenty of those connectors around.
So there's a question from E. Skilliam, and this is somebody maybe has to go look it up. Jody might be the fast finger on this one. I have a very important question. Is RNL Electronics open on Monday? Because I'm thinking about taking the 1.5-hour drive up there. I'm going to guess no. Memorial Day is kind of like sacred ground as far as I'm concerned. Most places are closed on Memorial Day. That's my guess. And I'm going to assume RNL's of that group.
We are typically closed on the following days. And Memorial Day is listed as one of them.
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, thank you, Don. Don with the fast finger challenge. Very good.
Well, I'm looking at their used equipment right now. So.
Oh, he was already there.
Yeah, I was already there.
Yeah.
Damn it, Don, you beat me, and I was on the website looking at something else, too.
I love
it. They have a used 991A, by the way. Or 991. I didn't see if it was an A or not.
Yuck.
By the way, if you want a very funny video that I think was nicely produced and created, go watch Hayden's video about Jim buying an FTM 500.
Oh God, that was funny.
It is one of the funniest things. Hayden is as far as comedy goes within amateur radio. Hayden is high. He's
I laughed so hard.
He is
at
a
that video.
funny guy because he's got a deadpan delivery, but his understanding of memes and playing with music with the kazoo in the background using audio, just perfect. Perfect, Hayden. Perfect.
And overuse of the beat button was hilarious.
Oh yeah, just complete.
Oh yeah,
over the top.
I still have
Josh,
to watch his
question.
video.
Was that Frank with a question? Who had the question?
No, it's Richard.
Oh, hey, Richard, there you are. What's up, bud?
Hey, got a question for you. I've got a friend, which I've actually got her on landline phone. We've been listening to the after chat. She is wanting to do FT8 with a FTM 450 using a signal link.
Okay.
Has anyone had any encounters trying to do that?
No, I mean, you can buy a signal link. I'll let Mike go, but yeah, you can buy a signal link that does that. But go ahead, Mike.
I have heard from a friend of mine. I don't use one personally, but they apparently the people who make the software, I've forgotten what it's called, have messed up the code for the 450, and it doesn't seem to work right at the moment.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah.
For
JTX
FTA?
people. Apparently apparently it doesn't work properly at all. That's what my friend told me who runs a 450. That they seem to have completely messed up the WS JTX interface with the 450 serial port for some reason.
I have a 450 Delta. I don't think that matters too much, and it seems to be working just fine with WSJTX.
Again, it's only what I heard, so
Okay, I'll put it this way: that particular radio, trying to get the signal link that she's got working with it, really has my head twisted a little bit.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know for a fact that the version of the signal link that was acquired has the pins in it correctly configured for that radio? Or did they just go to a Hamfest and go, oh cool, a signal link? Because there's a jumper board that you can make or buy that goes in the back of the signal link that can be somewhat radio specific. That's what I would start with if you were unsure of that.
Yeah, the signal link has jumpers on it that you have to move them around.
Well, she actually got the, for lack of better terms, a module board that drops in where those jumper wires would go as well. But it's not a jumper like I've seen before. This one actually has like 4 pins sitting on top of it that sets, I think, a baud rate, but don't hold me to that. So I'm not sure there.
You'd have to pull up the manual for it to key it appropriately.
It's not just the baud rate either. It's it's setting which pins out correspond to the connector for the radio, because it's like an Ethernet connection on the back of there, and so the correct jumper board is needed to send the appropriate, pins out that connector and then into the radio. So like if you know all of that's correct, then it's probably on the software side more than likely, assuming you start with the radio settings first. But if assuming that's right, it's probably on the software side. But I would definitely start by ensuring you have the correct jumper module installed, because depending on where it came from, she could have received the wrong one, could have purchased the wrong one, that sort of thing.
There's also a cable that sometimes has to be used to do the CAT control, to turn it on and off to transmit. So be aware on the older radios, they aren't necessarily just a plug-in. You might have to have yet another, like the push-to-talk.
That's true. That's true.
Can also run them on Vox in some cases too. You put the radio in Vox mode and then use the signal link.
Yeah, you guys walked me through this about a month and a half ago with my 706, so I'm very familiar.
All right, appreciate the info, guys. I think the head's just going to stay twisted on this one. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm out for the night, guys. 7-3 all. And Josh, you and Jason, that was a really twisted game whenever I saw what you guys were doing at Dayton.
Yeah, you were chasing us around for a little while. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, Richard. Appreciate it. All right, we got a question over on the YouTube. So another question: when you buy the little mobile Anytone radios and similar, they come with these little washer-shaped sticky pads. Do those go on the radio or the bracket for the radio? I think either, but I would probably prefer to put them on the bracket, would be my preference. Unless the bracket has to pivot, and then you're going to have to put them on the body of the radio. Or just not use them at all, which is what I would probably do. I'd probably just jam it in there with more torque. Anybody have a comment on that? Nope. Everybody says just jam it in. Jam it in hard and break the stick off. There you go. Well, thank you, Fake Hipster. Just jumped in for the first time today and want to make sure I'm making the most of it. Right on. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to run to the restroom really fast. You all get your questions together and talk amongst yourselves while I'm...
Hey, Josh, did you see the bingo thing?
I did. That's 2019. Do you notice the date on that?
No,
the one that I
sent
posted?
2019. He had a 2023.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll come right back with the new Hamvention bingo.
Hey, guys, I'm out of here. Y'all have a good night. 7-3.
Right. Jason's heading out, too. So, okay. I'll be right back, and I'll be back in a second. So I'm going to play some memes. You guys keep it going. Be right back.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Jason. We do appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Jason.
Good job, Jason.
Good night, Jason.
This is Jason.
Thanks, guys. 7-3.
Josh, did you find that in the flea market, those cards? Or where was that?
I found it in a QRZ forum post.
That's so kind of funny. A little edgy, but kind of funny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
It's so, yeah, I know of this existing in some iteration, going, like Josh said, going back to like the Hera Arena days, so probably like 2012, 2013. I know that a few of us on the mod team from back in 2019 made the one that I posted, which was, it was pretty tame compared to some of the ones on yours.
Yeah, I was like, is this what we're coming down to? I mean, I don't know why it is an interesting card. I just don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't doubt you could fill that whole thing up.
I think you probably could. Pretty.
Yeah.
And not that these things aren't pretty ubiquitous at Hamvention anyway, but I do find it interesting. If you look at the one that we did in 2019, there's a lot of overlap.
Oh God, homeless or ham.
I tell you what, listening to if I don't usually listen to Talkin' on Hamfest, but for any of the big ones, I'm gonna throw it out there to anyone. Listen to 146520 and the Talkin' on your way, and you will hear some truly hilarious nonsense. I heard some crazy stuff on 5.2 on my way in on Friday, and then as I was leaving again Friday afternoon.
What was the
Oh,
7,200 crowd on the air?
It was every bit as bad, if not worse, than 7,200.
Like people cursing?
Yeah.
Really? Oh wow. Okay, I need to make sure I'm listening to that and recording it.
Yeah, the only one I can say on your stream was the guy that was responding to everyone with the phrase 10 foreskin. I won't repeat any of the other ones.
No, I'm bummed. I should have been listening and recording that. That sucks. Yeah, because I could use that in music. Oh my gosh.
I have a question.
For Huntsville.
Go ahead, question.
Okay, it's Michael here. What is up with Uncle Walt? What is up with Uncle Walt and all of that? Is that a parody?
Yeah. Yeah. Not a Rubicon and Uncle Walt? Yeah.
Yeah, the Rubicon. So is he a ham radio operator at all, or is he just GMRS?
Unless he is lying right to my face, he is not an amateur radio operator. But at the same time, Not a Rubicon is very knowledgeable about radios. So it wouldn't... So Not a Rubicon could just walk in and probably take the test. He's very knowledgeable about radios. He's actually a... I'm not going to say it's a bit, but of course we know to some degree a lot of his videos are a bit. But Not a Rubicon is like from characteristically like hanging out with him, he is kind of like the persona you see on the video. But at the same time, if you go watch the 4x4 video that I shot with him, he is more energetic and lively and excitable than he comes across in his videos. Nothing. So I will go out on a limb and say nothing Not a Rubicon does in a video is out of place. Like when he calls someone a sad ham, in the comments on YouTube, there's a lot of ham radio operators that go around speaking like some great authority, and they're a nightmare to deal with on YouTube. And he just has no Fs. He has no Fs to deal with it. And he just throws it right back at him and calls them sad hams, and he's unwilling to do it. Unlike me, who tries to engage with people and answer their questions and try and help them out, and I get trolls come in, and I'm still trying to, like, I want to understand what they're trolling about. He's just like, nah, just get out of here. I don't want to deal with you. He's just a different breed, man. But yeah, I think Uncle Walt is a parody, I think.
I hope. I mean, I love Not a Rubicon. I love him. I love his videos. I love his round earth, all around the earth. I mean, I love everything about him. I just kind of really sit there, and I like what he does for the GMRS community. I mean, I'm dual licensed. I mean, it's smart to be. It's just, I like everything he does for the community, at least that community. It's just, I was just wondering what you thought about if that was a parody, the Walt part at least.
Yeah, I want to be really clear. When Not a Rubicon is lumping people together, he's not lumping all hams. Not all hams are sad hams. He's said that multiple times. He's clarified this point, I think, more than I would have done. He is very justified in pointing out the horrible, horrible behavior of people in comments on YouTube videos, including ham radio operators. I have just the nastiest comments from people on YouTube. I have handwritten, ripped out of spiral bound notebook, like literally off shot here, that I framed just so that I could remember that there are trolls everywhere. Like there are trolls in literal written media. Someone took a pen to paper and wrote me a troll comment, right? So human beings are horrible to each other. Horrible. And he just has no sympathy for it and is unwilling to abide it. And the fact that he does that, it drives people insane, which I think is great. He's just doing what I just don't have the chutzpah to do. and just blast
Comment.
people. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
He does not give one shit about what anybody says.
Yeah.
And that scares off basement dwellers, like the guys who live in their mom's basement and they get beer balls and they're like all of a sudden super tough. Those are the ones in person that become the most dangerous. But like why deal with them? So he calls him a sad ham, which is like saying you're a complete and utter douchebag. And you don't realize it. But everybody who's listening, the 500,000 people who are listening to this video know that you're a jerk. And I think it's a better way of dealing with it. You, on the other hand, you want everybody to love each other, and it doesn't always work that way.
I give too many
Sometimes-
Fs. I give too many Fs,
Yeah,
Paul. I get
you
it.
do.
I get it.
You
I
know,
do.
I mean, it's also,
I do.
It's endearing, and you genuinely like to see other YouTube channels succeed. And you're the 800-pound gorilla, and people are like, oh no, he can't possibly want to be the first one to have the ID52 or the get my hands on the first Kenwood D75. But Kenwood, if their marketing department is smart, which they are, they're going to say, okay, Ham Radio Crash Course has a presence on YouTube that is 2.5 to almost 3 times the size of its next biggest, if you're a competitor. So why wouldn't you want the exposure that way? I mean, that's just good business.
I don't know how to. Kenwood is a wild one to me. I know how I sit with
Kenwood. I would just pick Kenwood, but Kenwood's entering the market because they know they can get $700 to $800 for a radio that is 15 years old and possible to program if you're just getting started. That was my second HD.
Yeah.
And I traded it for a 7300 straight up.
Yeah.
I mean, and I thought I ripped the person hard. I mean, I was like, yeah, I'll do that deal. And it's like, okay, there's got to be something wrong with the 7300. The 7300 is still in plastic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because I had 2 batteries, and I had the charger, and I had the case. I had I bought everything that they had for the radio. I didn't have that much money in it.
I'll say this. So I mean, thank you for comparing me to a large gorilla. I appreciate that.
You are.
But okay, so let's put this into perspective. I've taken over Hamnation and I'm producing it. That's part of the reason why I have a good relationship with ICOM. But even before that, I had already worked with Ray in other capacities. Ray is very forward-looking from my point of view with regards to social media. And if you can make a compelling story for why ICOM would be interested in what kind of video you're making, Ray will consider it. He will listen to you. I know, for instance, like Life at Terminal Velocity, right? Parachute Mobile. Am I telling you to jump out of a plane? No, I'm not. But what is Carlos bringing to the table? He's bringing his wealth of knowledge in parachuting. He is an expert in parachuting. So for me, my relationship with Ray goes back, multiple years now. But if there's one group of people that my relationship goes back further than anything, it's Ham Radio Outlet. Ham Radio Outlet is down the street from me. I've been going there since I was a new ham. That's my store. Like I love Ham Radio Outlet. I love the people there. I like the other retailers too. I have nothing. By the way, let me just say up front, I have nothing against anybody in the ham radio space. Everybody has been gracious and kind and forthcoming to a level. Now, when I look at other brands like Yaesu, I love Yaesu radios. It was my first radio. I have nothing bad to say about Yaesu other than, I dig at them a little bit about their menus because they're, a little bit convoluted. But my involvement with Ray and ICOM, sure, like Yaesu probably doesn't want to also have a close relationship with me because I'm already involved with ICOM. And not like Ham Radio Crash Course necessarily, although I do tons of videos with Ray, but Ham Nation, because I took over Ham Nation. They're so embedded with each other. Ham Nation is, greatly involved with ICOM. But here's the wild card, Kenwood. Kenwood kind of was very active in amateur radio, and then they kind of disappeared for a little while, and now they're back again. And so now we're like all trying to figure out how we're going to talk to them. And I don't know. I've got weird feelings about them. Like, I don't think they fully understand the effect of YouTube yet. I think they're almost like, I feel like they're like ham radio bands 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, they are way behind the curve.
Yeah,
they do not understand the power.
Yeah.
Of YouTube, and
I don't know why. And
they're going to get killed by it.
And I'll just say,
you know what I mean?
I'll just say, Phil, if you're watching this, it was nice to meet you at Hamvention, and if you'd like to put something together for the 75, I would love to do that. I'm already an owner of the 72 and the 74 and multiple Kenwood radios. I mean, that's the thing.
Is that the guy that was at the booth?
One of the guys. He's the head guy. Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy who did the presentation Friday morning or Saturday morning, first thing, I'm not sure he even knows how to spell YouTube. I think he's like, oh, the YouTubes, yeah, that's great. They have to be smart.
So
I mean, they have to go to Instagram. They have to.
I feel like I'm in a telling situation. We're not getting a ton of questions, so I feel like I'll go on a little, I won't say rant, but hear me out on this. So I've heard from higher level folks at the ARRL. I'm not going to name any names. That's not important. And I'm honestly not. I'm not trying to drag anybody. I'm not trying to like make anybody feel bad about their decisions. I'm just trying to point out like how big our community actually is while still being small. So I guess that's the point I'm coming from this. That's the viewpoint of this. So I've heard from some people that are higher up in the ARRL that have been there for a while, accomplished amateur radio operators. And they have told me, they're like, I don't see the impact of why like YouTube is as important as you might believe it is. And this is all coming from a good place, by the way. I'm just making it, I'm compressing this up. He's like, because I've talked to members that are like, I don't even know what YouTube is. I don't get on YouTube. I don't use YouTube. And I think that if you watch my video, and by the way, I apologize to everybody on that Hamvention forum video. I could have made that so much better if I had just left my own camera on, because then you would have seen the crowd. I am so sorry about that. I watched my videos when I was editing it, and I was like, oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I turned off my self camera, but if I left my self camera on, you would have seen the whole crowd with their hands raising when everybody was raising their hands. Because when Amanda was doing this whole thing on talking about when you got licensed, it wasn't until we hit 2010s that the hands shot up.
Of course.
And then, oh my God. And then when we hit 2020, it was the same number of hands. It was the same number of hands that reached up saying, I got licensed. There were more 2010 and 2020 hams in that room. If you took those two groups, they were the majority of hams that put their hands up. And so where did they come from? How did they get here? Where did they come from? Where did they go? Where did they come from?
Right. Why do you think
Radio
they're sitting
Joe.
in that room? They're sitting in that room to see the YouTube people in the flesh, because they are celebrities, whether you want to believe you are or not. It's like when I said to you, I'll be happy to bodyguard you at Hamcation, because people were really getting into your personal space much closer than if it were me, that I would be comfortable.
Well, I literally have the best, stardom that you could possibly have, because I literally can go about my business as a regular guy and go to the supermarket and not have any problem. But then when I go to a ham fest, I talk to a lot of folks, and we have a lot of good discussions. It's been fantastic. So I I'll take you up though. You can follow me around and be my bodyguard, Paul.
It's not a it's not a problem. But seriously, when people look at the pandas, and that's what we should be called. I mean, I got into it because I was at home for what I thought was going to be 2 weeks, which ended up being like 7 months. And it's something that I was into in my high school, and my high school had the 807 Society with, we built Heathkit lunch boxes, and there's 6 meters with a crystal. That was my first radio. I couldn't get CW to save my life. I couldn't get the 5 words a minute to save my life. And I was into it. I had a wire out my bedroom window, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And then forgot about it for literally 50 years. And now all of a sudden it's like, my mic was hot when I first came on, but it's like today I got my credentials from ARRL for being a V, and I'm also BV for Guard. So, it's like I've made that complete, transition from not really knowing anything and taking a tech exam in a fire hall with people smoking, taking my general in my living room and taking my extra in my bathroom, and it's like that's the transition that the hobby is making, and the younger people that are getting into it, and it sounds terrible, but
right.
The newer high school age kids are into it because of FT8. They think FT8 is cool. They think, being able to go around the world on one wide and a piece of wire is like the coolest thing ever. And when you see high school kids doing it, you see Boy Scouts doing it,
right?
And when I say Boy Scouts, I mean boys and girls. I mean, that's how it's going to continue.
Yeah,
but it's still very limited, nerdy kind of hobby.
Yeah, but I will make one correction that, of course, there are many people in the ARRL that completely understand the power of YouTube, and they've already worked with me on multiple videos. So I didn't mean that statement to be like all the ARRL, because we know that's not true.
But you look at ARRL, look at ARRL and their approach to POTA. They're just starting to embrace POTA. POTA is bringing more
they didn't
people
create
into
it.
act,
Yeah,
because they are not monetizing it.
Well, wait.
Don't.
Yeah, all
they're
roads
not
lead
able
back.
to monetize it.
All roads lead back. If you remember, POTA is literally a creation of national parks on the air that the ARRL did create, and they just didn't want to keep it going at the behest of so many people who are like, you need to keep this going. Please just keep this going.
They didn't get it.
I know, but okay. Now I have to take a moment. This is
because
I want to get to this question. I'm going to get to this question. Brindando, don't go away because I want to answer this. This is a very good question. Imagine creating something like POTA. So Sean Kutzko and all the folks that were involved in National Parks on the Air who have been on my channel, amazing pillars of amateur radio. And and I'm not saying Sean was probably screaming, you got to keep this going. Please keep it going. But some of the ARRL, and they voted it, and they said, like, nope, it's a 1-year thing and it's done. That was the wrong answer. That was the wrong answer.
Yep, wrong answer.
They should have kept it growing. This is the gateway drug for HF. Parks on the Air is the gateway drug of amateur radio. I would argue amateur radio. Period.
It is the crack for amateur radio.
And
it is the crack for amateurs.
And they can't get it back. Like, they can't get it back now because of Parks on the Air. Parks on the Air, the website that's established, ARRL can't come back in and say, like, well, we made our own Parks on the Air. It's over here. Never. It won't work. They can't get it back now. It's done. It's over.
That's a good thing.
No, I'm not saying, Don, I'm not commenting either way on that. All I'm saying is that they were owning it. They had it. They were riding the horse. They were on the horse riding it. And they were like, I'm going to get off the horse. And they're like, no, don't. You got it.
No,
you got the world in your hands.
They're like, oh, let's just put this horse out the stud. Okay, we're never going to see it again. And
well, that stud went a roaming.
that stud was a real stud.
Yeah, it was a
You know,
real
it's
stud.
like they let Secretariat out of the gate, and they forgot where it was. Right. I mean but that's, I think that's generational. I think that's a mistake that you can lay on the hands and lay at the feet of being a generational difference.
Yeah.
And not understanding, you know, that you go out to a park and in 15, 20 minutes you put up your wire into a tree and it's like this. There is nothing cool about ham radio, but that is a cool thing. And when people come up to you and say, "What are you doing?" It's like, I'm talking to another planet. I'm talking to another planet. Let me get out my aluminum tinfoil hat. And that's the way people sometimes look at you when you're out there. And you have to admit, when people, it's like the park that we have close by to where we live. The pavilion is right next to the boat launch. So you have all these people going fishing in a lake, and they always look over as they're walking by, and they're like, "Oh, it's the weird guys."
If I don't put this antenna up, the predators will come to our planet.
Correct. I'm going to save you from the Martians.
All right.
You know.
Let me get this question. This is from Brendando. Question: I got my call sign just about 2 weeks ago and have been getting into SOTA, Summits on the Air, which is another great OTA. Absolutely love it. All of my summits have been 2 meters with my HT. I'm looking to get my general before. And I think his question goes way back because he's on Discord. So I'm going to have to find it here. Oh, boy. Where's Bernando's question? Oh, Bernando, you might have to resend your question. By the way, I love the fact that you're just like, I'm going to do Summits on the Air with an HT. That's amazing. Most people don't live in an area where that's achievable. So maybe you're Southern California, so good for you. But I don't. Somebody tag me in Discord if you find the chat. We're going to have to move on.
I have a question after the next question.
Let me see. I think we got. Yeah, we're. Let's see. We're one more question. Here we go. Oh, super chat from Aaron Linderman. The coolest thing I saw at Hamvention was the ID50 having Type C. Let's hope this is the new trend. Yay! Please. With that said, my QRP Labs QMX kit. This radio is USB-C. So there's a lot of radios that are coming out now that are USB-C, and I applaud them, everyone, for leaning in on that. That's definitely the way to go. So
well, the Kenwood's USB-C also.
Kenwood is USB-C as well. That is a very good point, and that's USB-C for the TNC. So yeah. I apologize. I'm not keeping up the chat. Let's see. Yeah, it's non-members. They're ignoring. Why isn't every episode of the ARRL audio news not on YouTube? Great question, Jeff. Great question. Totally. I don't want to give up anything here. I did have a very lengthy conversation with David Minster, who, by the way, I really like. I think David Minster's actually. So look at it this way. If you have an organization like the ARRL, you got a lot of people, and I'm assuming best of intentions across the board. I assume everybody that works at the ARRL is like, they literally want amateur radio to grow and thrive. I believe that. I just believe that they have differing opinions on how to do that. David Minster is coming from like outside of the legacy amateur radio folks at the ARRL. And so I think he's going the right direction. That's what I'm going to say right now. Everything I've talked with him and when we speak and the things we talk about, I always go like, yes, I see where you're coming from. I think you're going the right direction.
Did he hire Good Game?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay, so he actually I think I agree with you that he has a vision for ARRL, but I think his board is still living in 1968.
Yeah. And that's a good carry on to my this ADHD life. Yes, again, I reiterate that there are many people on the ARRL board and a part of the ARRL that fully understand YouTube. I'm talking about some folks that I've talked to that are part of the board. They're part of the group that have said things like this.
Yeah, but it wasn't Rhea on the board. I know she's not anymore, but
yeah, that's a whole snake's den to try and unravel that whole
well,
topic.
yeah. Regardless of why she left, she was there, and she's a YouTuber. So
yes,
I there was representation there. Now
Yeah.
maybe she didn't get. Well, by the way, one of the things that does kind of surprised me about Good Game. I mean, maybe he's just too freaking busy. But all of a sudden, I mean, when he got that job and moved up there, no more YouTube videos. And I
he's
was
so
really,
busy.
I was really hoping that he would, through YouTube, take us through at least some of that.
Do you follow him? Are you like a Facebook
Yeah,
friend
I
of his
do.
at all? Are you
Yeah.
are you a Facebook friend?
Yes, yes.
Do you just see
His
how many
coffee
times,
things every day?
Have
Yes.
you seen how many times that man is on a plane?
Yeah.
I have never lived the life that he is living in a plane as often as he is. That's crazy to be able to produce a video. How can he? I don't know how he does it. I don't think he can. I don't think he has the time. Straight up.
I've seen you do it, but and
Well, that's a
you
different
know,
situation. Like
yeah.
if I'm gonna do a vlog just about my life, sure. But if I was gonna make a ham radio video every week when I
Well-
was flying, that's super difficult.
And that's what I'm saying is some kind of a vlog thing, not a like, we're going to do an ARRL thing today, but just a Good Game thing. Because he did some
Maybe
very good, very good videos. I mean,
So here, Free Time Electronics says, question, any update on your general test series? I know how much time it takes to put it together. The tech series was the reason I passed. Thank you, Josh. So I appreciate that, Free Time Electronics. The general test is going to refresh. The question pool is going to refresh. I have to go back over my analytics now, looking at it in the back end. I got to be honest with myself. I spent a ton of time, like a ridiculous amount of time, on that video series. And it doesn't get a ton of views, to be honest, but I have gotten like so many really good comments from people like yourself that said it helped them. So probably for that alone, I will probably attempt it, but it's going to take me a while to get it published. So you're probably not looking for like another 3 months or so after the question pool gets published. With that said, I have when we were in the airport going home, I was heading home from Dayton, and Richard from hamstudy.org and Signal Stick, we started talking about how we might be able to synergize my videos with what they're doing and how they might be able to help me produce those videos. And he might have come up with a really good way to make my editing faster. And the editing was the problem. I did the entire technician set in a day. I did the entire thing. I recorded it all in one shot. I told my wife, I'm like, I'm waking up in the morning, I'm shooting the technician videos, we're going to knock it out. And I did. With the general, it's going to take me longer than that, but it's the editing that took days and weeks to get done. So if we can speed that up, that's going to be great. So possibly even extra if we can do this thing that Richard has proposed. So
you got to do what those other big channels do and hire an editor.
No, I'm not at that point. I'm not at that point. I mean, I guess I am at that point, but at the same time, I don't know. How do see? That's the other thing. It's like I have editors that have emailed me and they're like, "Hey, I can edit your videos," and I'm like, "Do you understand amateur radio? Do you understand any of this stuff?" And they're like, "No, not really." And I'm like, "Okay, well, that like how
I don't know.
Like how do they do that? Like how do they edit these videos? Because it's so technical. Like I don't know. Maybe I'll try.
It's a very personal part of content creation. That would have to be very difficult to relinquish it. And I feel like these bigger channels only do it out of necessity.
Well, yeah, but that is true. When the bigger you get, the more necessary it's gonna be. But
And for the most part,
I mean, you can go to I'm sure with YouTube, you can go to a level where you hit this level and you go, okay, look, I'm not going any further because I know I can't make that commitment to start releasing things to other people. And so I'm up here. That's as far as I'm going to go with doing it the way I'm doing it. And I'm okay with that.
and as far as having editors go, for the most part, you tell them you want this timestamp to this timestamp, and then they just piece everything together.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I feel like that's a whole mess of problems in time.
Yeah,
it would
just to
not
do
be
that.
Well,
efficient, no.
yeah. The other thing is too. Once you have an editor edit it, then you of course review it. So you would be then controlling the technical part of that, looking at what they've done and saying, "Hey, no, you can't cut this here. You can't do this. You can't do that for the technical reasons," and then give it back to them and teach them and get them to learn learn more and more about what they can and can't do for you.
Yeah, so we got Brendan is back. So I've reposted the question. I got my call sign about 2 weeks ago. Again, he's activating SOTA with a handheld, and he's looking for beam options. And so the follow-on, that ellipses there at the end. Any recommendations on Yagi antennas? I'm using a signal stick at the moment. Any other SOTA tips would be appreciated. Thanks to Ted and Don with the Arrow and Elk antenna suggestions. So to be honest, if you're going to be like 2 meters, I'm assuming you're going to be on 2 meters, build yourself a tape measure dipole or a tape measure Yagi for sure. Tape measure Yagi. Go nuts. Absolutely nuts. Go crazy. Get yourself the highest quality Harbor Freight tape measure and cut it apart.
Yep. And there are tons of videos and instructions on the web and everything else you need.
Yes, do that. Do all of that. All right, let's go back to the Discord. Anybody in the chat that has a question, comment, otherwise open forum, let's go nuts. Go for it.
All right, I have a question.
Going to Skeeter first. Go ahead, Skeeter.
Yeah, kind of going back to previous topic on APRS. I haven't done a lot of research. I just kind of started researching like the last day or two. But a backpack-worthy SOTA type APRS handheld, something kind of rugged maybe, but I mean, I really don't know.
It's FT5 probably. The Yaesu FT5 DR.
Okay.
I would use a good antenna. For backpack, I probably wouldn't necessarily go straight to the Smiley half wave, but I would go with a roll-up J-pole. So assuming you're going to make camp at some point, that's when you probably want to get the message out that you're okay, everything's fine, that kind of thing. You beacon your location with a comment saying, good to go. I'm eating my Mountain House dehydrated meal right now. That would be a J-pole to do that. If you really needed to focus your energy at a certain repeater, then you're also in the area of a tape measure Yagi, which they backpack up really nice because it's just PVC pipe and a couple of tape measure elements that you cut to the appropriate size, and they work really well. Better than a J-pole for sure.
Copy. Mostly just the radio itself. I mean, I'm sure I can figure out an antenna, but the Yaesu FT5, huh?
If you want like really simple APRS, like in the body of the radio, yeah. If you want to tether it to your phone and do more complicated APRS, more feature rich, but also like more things involved in the chain, the D74 or any radio, if you pick up the Mobi linked. The Mobi linked TNC will let you basically make any radio an APRS radio.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wondering. I didn't know if some were. So how rugged is that? It looks. I mean, it has a touchscreen and all that stuff.
Very rugged. I've dumped it into a. I poured beer over it on a live stream. I've dunked it in water on a live stream.
That was that live stream. I remember that one.
Yeah. The FT5 DR is fully dunkable. No problem.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
Yep. As far as I'm concerned, as far as a proper, like, I'm going to go hiking radio, I would just take the FT5. I'd beat the crap out of it. The 52 is a good radio, but it doesn't do APRS like in the traditional sense. It does DAPRS or DPRS, but I don't. It's just not the same. It's just not the same, guys. It's just not the same.
Yeah, you don't hear too many people talking about DPRS. So
They do if they're on D-Star. They talk about it, but the problem is the problem is that you have to have a D-Star repeater to be able to do DPRS. So if you're going into an area that doesn't have D-Star repeaters, then you're not doing DPRS. You're just not.
Yeah. No going in and setting up your own personal iGate like we can do with APRS.
No. Yeah, no.
So DPRS is dependent on repeaters then, basically.
Correct. Yes, 100% so.
Right. And even worse on those ones that come with the DMR radios.
Well, APRS is also dependent on digipeaters. The thing is, there's a lot more digipeaters than there are D-Star repeaters.
Right. Because you can set it up yourself.
Yeah, there's an infrastructure deficit when it comes to DPRS.
Yeah. Let me mention quick answer for OOF radio here. The ID52 has a USB micro connector. It's not a USB-C connector. The new ID50 has the USB-C that we talked about on the video. What else? Question. Will an off-center fed dipole work in a 3-element Yagi? No. I don't think I fully understand the question. I guess in a certain sense on the higher bands, if you put like a reflector and directors in front of it and they were perfectly spaced and stretched, you'd get some kind of reflection on that, but probably not. I don't know. That seems a little wild. This is a good question for Adam. Adam's not here today.
Why would you OCFD?
I'm assuming because they want the high bands. They want the low bands too. So they're going to put up an off-center fed to get you down to 80 and 40, but they still want a beam on 20 and 30, etc. The problem is that off-center fed wouldn't be rotatable, really. So, yeah, I don't know.
I think, isn't it a problem when you take a Yagi and you tune one piece of it? You have to tune all of it. So if you're doing an off-center fed dipole and you go, oh, okay, let me hit my tuner so I can get on this band, then you're basically, oops, no, the reflectors and the directors are no longer valid for that band.
For the low band, sure.
For every band, any band you want to use reflector
because,
and director, except the one that you build it for.
I don't know. So the right answer for me to say is I don't know. But if I'm thinking about an off-center fed in my head, a lot of times for the lower bands, like 20 and lower, it's, well, no, because it's a harmonic of that. So yeah, no, you're probably right, Don. You can't really make a reflector for that. That's true. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you need a tunable reflector and director, much like what you have on your step IR, right?
Right, and those are proper dipoles at the end of the day. So,
yeah.
Yeah, Jeff, that's not what he's talking about, though. So those are all balanced antennas. So an off-center fed is going to be not balanced to a point because you're using harmonics to get you in the band space for the lower frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
Tri-band Yagis are sorcery that I don't understand, to be completely honest. But I feel like at making the driven element an off-center fed is just inviting more and more complication.
Mark is calling me out. Mark is calling me out. I don't think his step IR is high enough. It's just above the roof. Well, its primary operating frequency is 20 meters and lower. So that is all well within height above the roof to be effective on those bands. If I could get it 50 feet or 100 feet, would I do that? Absolutely. But high enough, the enough I question.
It what is it? A half wave above ground on 20 meters, right?
Yeah, it's a half wave above ground.
As someone who has worked Josh on 40 meters where he only has a dipole multiple times, it's doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. Now, again, if I had a 50-foot or 100-foot mast, would I have it on there? Hell yeah. Hell yes. But then I'd have to have guy points in my neighbor's yard.
Yeah, my hex beam is up about 12 feet, and it's working fantastic. Even especially on 20. I'm getting into Bulgaria and all these other things, breaking pileups with it. It's just now. Do I want to get it at 30 feet? Yes, but it's going to take a bit of more effort for me to try to get it up there.
Mark then asks, you want a 50-foot crank up? Unfortunately, I do not have the space for the 50-foot crank up. I appreciate that. I've had a couple of people offer a crank up to me. It is both not that I have the space and then also that the wife would kill me. There's a couple of things there. Hey, I feel like in the future my housing situation will change and I will have the antenna farm I dream of. But you know what? My antenna is okay right now, and I'm all right with that.
Maybe buy W6AM's old property now.
Yeah, right? On the top of PV. Yeah, you know how expensive that. I'm definitely priced out of that market. I am definitely not a contender in that space. And the lots are much smaller than what he had, for sure.
Oh, yeah. They subdivided that thing to bits.
All right, let's go back. Questions on the Discord chat. Open line, open questions. Let's go.
Okay, I have a question for you. This is going to be one of those ones of, what do you think? All right. But so when you buy a radio, do you want to buy a radio with a computer in it or just the radio?
Just
because I have a very strong opinion, and really disappointed right now with the new Anons that they're coming out with, because both of the ones they're coming out now, they're 1,000-watt radios, so the radio itself is a kilowatt, but they're putting the computer inside of it. And I'm like, no, don't do that.
So radios don't really depreciate if you think about it. Like even the older radios have like a characteristic value associated to them. Even older, like we were just talking about the 857, it's an older radio. It still commands a pretty good price for the features that are in it. If you put a computer in it, the computer will depreciate quickly, right? So I think that whole chain... Give it a USB port and be done with it. Give it Wi-Fi and be done with it. Give
or
it
Ethernet.
I'm actually looking far down the line. Ethernet's probably a good way if it had current gen Wi-Fi. Like that's not going to go away for a while, right?
Wi-Fi,
but even that, eventually will get deprecated, and then we'll be on a new standard, right? So
right.
USB, Ethernet, but even Ethernet also deprecates over time. So, it's tough. It's tough. You just want to pick the thing that's going to be around for the longest.
It's true, but at 1 gig right now with the Anons, and with 1 gig, you can do very, very high quality audio on it. So how much more speed do we need? And it's one of the reasons that, like with Wi-Fi, even with Wi-Fi today getting up to 1 gig, the Wi-Fi, because guys try this, they put a Wi-Fi and then they run their Ethernet from their Wi-Fi router into their radio, and then they wonder why they have all this lag and why the thing doesn't respond. So there's a lot of reasons.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Wi-Fi is just completely out for radio because you're already on a radio.
Let's be honest, to the people who are like really into SDRs, we're talking about Flex people and Anons and all that. Like a lot of those guys are having like radios that are in a server rack. They have like a standing server rack that is adjacent to their network equipment. They're hardwiring it in. That is the ideal situation for some of these radios, to be honest.
Yeah. But the thing is that when you put that radio in there, the computer should be somewhere else. And So to me, that was my main point, because, by the way, Flex radio, same thing. Don't buy an M model just because it's got a HDMI port on the back of it. It's just get the 6600, 6700, whatever, and add your own computer. You'll be happier and it'll last a whole lot longer.
Right. Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with you, Don.
Okay, I've been thinking about this for a while, and
Well,
it's
you
like
don't want.
it's like
So give me IO. Don't give me a depreciating product in the box.
right.
And
Yeah.
that would be the big thing. IO is always important because at least if I have IO, I can work something out. Even if it's like 10 years, 20 years down the line, we can figure it out. But if I have to use a Windows 95 box to be able to like use the thing, because think about it, we're not like how long ago was Windows 95, right? Oh, 20 years, right? So now you go for, oh God, it's even more than that. That's scary.
It was 28 years ago.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the math in my head after I said it. Nobody talk about that again. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
You're old. You're very, very old.
I'm definitely I'm getting there. That is, I'm definitely getting there. I'm gonna keep saying I'm getting there until I'm dead, I think. But anyway, the point is that don't put something that is like non-upgradable and super depreciating in the box, because then you're like, okay, this has a 5-year shelf life on it, and then it's gonna be total trash. Basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, most of these radios have an API, and then you're coding to that API, whether it be Flex or Anand or whatever. And as long as that API can be supported on something, then it works. And I mean, with an Anand, you can run a Pi all the way up through a Mac, whatever. Same thing with Flex, although. Nobody's gone and sat down and worked on the, say, Android port or the Linux port, but the API is there. It's just lacking somebody that's got the interest to go in and do it.
Yeah, Daniel T says many CNC machines still use XP and you can't upgrade them. Yep, no surprise. I foresee integrated radios and computers going the same way and being left and a dated radio with more issues than remedies. Yeah, and by the way, there's not a lot of radios that are doing this. Like, I think the companies that are trying to push this have the wrong view of how SDRs are supposed to work, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think they're totally upside down.
Well, and I can tell you where it's coming from. It's coming from these guys who buy these SDRs and they go, well, but I still want knobs and buttons.
Right.
No,
Right.
don't do that.
So buy a Maestro or similar device and just do that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, 'cause there are little Raspberry Pi things you can buy for the
sure
Anand that are
you could buy you can just have a simple you can have a regular ass computer that can do SDR to a Flex, and you can buy like DJ mixer dial devices that will plug in no problem.
Yeah.
And that's that's fine in most cases. It's not the same. I appreciate it's not the same, but it's fine. That's the difference.
Yeah, and if you want a knobs and buttons radio, go get one. There are some SDRs that do it very well, like the 101D or the 7610 or the 7300.
There's a longer discussion here, and Don, thank you for making me think about this again. But I was thinking about this on the flight home, that there is a number. So let's really put this into perspective, okay? If we can for a moment, Flex radios are expensive, right? As far as ham radio is concerned, those are expensive radios. The fact that Flex Radio as a brand has been able to bring an older generation into the world of SDR and have them have computers and be able to interface them. Some of them are even doing remote. They're using iPads. The Maestro was kind of a gateway device to bridge the gap into this whole space. I have nothing but respect for that company for being able to do that, to educate an older population of hams that have money, right? So they're capitulated, they're incentivized to do it because there's people that are going to buy their product, and it's a good product. It's a good product. But the fact that they have education built into it, and they're encouraging older folks that we all know growing up, we were like, oh, don't let grandfather get on the computer. It's going to give it computer aids and all that stuff. The fact that Flex Radio has actually made a viable product out of getting an older group of hams to be able to buy it, again, pretty expensive, and get computer savvy to use it, that's pretty big. I got big respect for what they've been able to turn around. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, look at what Kyle's done, right? With the
Oh,
whole,
yeah. Oh,
with
yeah.
the whole, I mean, he's writing code now, whereas he's really he doesn't have that skill, or that's what he says in his videos. This is something he's doing because he enjoys it and it's fun and he's learning something. But I don't think that he's a computer savvy guy. But
Kyle? Kyle is.
yeah.
Yeah, Kyle's pretty good, actually.
Well, yeah, he is, but I think he's self-taught. In other words, he doesn't do it for a living like you and I do.
No, he's an IT guy.
Really?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, because he says, "Well, I don't have any experience with this Node-RED stuff, and I've learned it.
yes.
And if I can do it, well, if you're an IT guy, that's way beyond like I don't have any experience."
I think he's an IT guy. I think he's IT.
You could be right. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure about that. Oh, Alaska's on there. Let's see if we can snag Alaska really fast. Off the side of my beam. Let's see if we can do that.
You're still on 20? Yeah.
It's still on 20. 20's still going.
Yeah, 20 was hot the other day. I got, I talked to a guy for like 10 minutes up in Germany.
So, oh, wow. He's on the really south leg of Alaska, too. Like the little leggy bit. Look at my green line above my head. Yeah. He's way, 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 way southeast. All right, let's open it up. Keep going with the questions. Anybody in there, any topic, anywhere. I'll start talking about the videos I'm watching because I got a new one to recommend. It's an old one, but a good one.
Oh, I got a video question for you too, but I don't want to.
Yeah, hold on. Anybody in there with the ham radio questions? Go for it. Oh, everybody on the YouTube chat or Twitch chat, if you type question in your question, I'll see it pop up in the stream, and then I can actually, respond to it because we get a lot of questions.
Question?
Go ahead, question.
Yeah, I was listening to your podcast. This was funny though. So when you made a comment, somebody was talking about water bottles. Don't ask me why this just harped on me. And you said that you don't like Nalgene's.
Yeah.
And I know you're early in the stage before I think your kids are near like Cubs age and everything like that. But here's the reason why I like Nalgene's. Okay. And they're lightweight for going backpacking, so you don't have to worry about the weight. The wide mouth is pretty good for if you need to do cleansing and everything like that. And if you do backpacking, it's a really good source where you can actually heat up water in it, seal it up, put it in your sleeping bag, and it'll keep your feet warm at night. And that way it won't freeze, so you'll have it for the next day.
Have you ever heated up a Nalgene bottle and put it in your sleeping bag?
The answer is yes. It's generally what we do with our scouts. What you do is, you could get some warm water in there, not boiling hot. But yeah, you could do that. That way, if you have it the night before, if you're in temperatures where it's going to freeze or anything like that, you'll have some water that's not frozen for the next day.
Okay. I can see all those arguments. They all make sense. I don't think you haven't necessarily changed my mind, but I can see where you're coming from.
No. Think this way. Like I said, you're early in your scouting career. When it picks up, and you can get this big, heavy bottle, because my son, again, that's where he started out. He went from Weeblos, stuff like that. We got him these nice, heavy bottles. And when you got to schlep that empty, heavy bottle on a backpack, you're like, you need to shred weight. So it was just funny. I was like listening to it last night, and I'm like, oh, he may not have thought of that at this point.
So to be honest, if I'm going like a true hiking backpack, I get smart water bottles, like smart water, and I just reuse those. That's what I use.
You know what? And I can see that. That's kind of like the new thing. I've been doing this for like a couple of years. So smart. The reason why I like Nalgene, the wide mouth bottle. So if you get to a point where you're going to be doing filtration, and you want to clean it, they have these water filters that fit right over that. So if you got a bunch of scouts and you need to kind of go through it, it's just quicker and faster from that aspect. So but you're right.
So great point. That's why I do the smart water bottles, because those screw in perfectly into the Sawyer filters, and then they make multiple clips that go on the backpack that you can just have the smart water bottle on your clip, and you can drink from it as you're going. You don't need a hydration pouch, more weight, or anything like that. You just pop the bottle off, drink, boom, back on, you're good. I've done... Yeah, go ahead.
Those filters are good, but again, when you're talking about volume, you've got a problem. If you got 5 or 6 people there to go from that, then you're like, you really can't share that because then that takes time.
Squeeze? Yeah, you can definitely do Sawyer squeeze for multiple people, for sure.
Okay.
Well, wait. What are you using for multiple people that has a higher volume than the Sawyer Squeeze?
What's it called? MSR. They make one where you can kind of put over there, and it's like, so you can go to streaming, you can pop it in there, you can fill up multiple bottles.
Is this which one specifically? We'll look it up.
Oh gosh, that's a good question.
I want to know because I would love to know this because I'll buy it.
Yeah, no, because I'm on the spot here. I'm just trying to think of.
I'm gonna do that.
Now I gotta look at another. Hold on.
I know. I'm looking up MSR water filters right now.
Yeah, it comes up.
Yeah, but then you got to factor in weight too. So the Sawyer is like super lightweight.
If you're going out with, say, you have a group of 9 scouts.
Yeah.
You can go with this thing, and then again, if everybody has that bottle, you can sit there and easily crank it through. It's weight. You, as an adult, you have a tendency to carry more weight because you're carrying extra stuff anyway. I just want to be able to get the kids, give them their own water bottles, clean water, and go.
Yeah. What is it? What is the filter?
Oh, all right. Hold on.
Yeah,
I want to know because if you're gonna fuel 9 scouts with water with this filter, I want to know what it is. I want to know what it is.
Bear with me.
Because the Katydine, so the filter that I've now kind of like rotated into is the Katydine B Free. That is a cool little filter, and it packs down super tiny, super small for backpacking. But again, that's like single person. For a group of people, I would love to hear this MSR option.
So look at the Guardian Purifier.
Okay.
That's one thing that I like, and
that thing's how big is that thing though?
Well, we're talking about
again.
Oh no, hey, as we're going, I'm just introducing you to other things because I just noticed that when we were scouts, I'm just talking about when I'm dealing with 10 or so people and you just need to get water. The Sawyer is great for individual use. 100%, totally agree with that. But I'm never, if I'm by myself, I don't even use that. But so again, I was just mentioning.
Wait, what are you using? That's what I'm asking. You said I want to know what you're using because you've tested it. So what is it?
Look at
Sawyer.
Which one was that one again?
No. Let him answer. What I want to know what he's using because that's the one I want to look at because he's giving water to 9 scouts. That's what I want to look at.
All right. So we've used the Guardian Gravity Purifier, but that's the bag. So I've used that, and we like that. But again, it's kind of like the Sawyer from that aspect. And then look up, was it GRAYL?
That's kind of cool though. The gravity filter.
Yeah, that one we like because that one, what's great is it's concept of a dirty bag, clean bag. So again, you grab one bag, you fill it up with water, you make your way to your site, and then it's going to filter through. It's high flow, and then we've had, because I'm in the Northeast, so we're in the mountains from that aspect, and that was the case where you can get a large enough bag where it's able to give you that. We had that 9 or so people. That way, it's that one bag that you can fill up, and then everybody can top off their water.
Not cheap though. Pretty expensive, right?
Remember, like I said, when you start moving through your scouting career, you as the adult, you got to make sure you've got what you need to kind of feed everybody else. So then you kind of take that hit for yourself.
Right.
And then,
right.
Yeah, and if you get it when your kids hit that scout rank, you've got 4 years of it, and then you get different ages. So you can get 5-6 years of use out of it. You'd be like, okay, it's not a big deal.
Oh, interesting. I see how you're looking at it. Okay, go ahead. Question.
Do you have to use iodine on top of that?
No.
Because
no, you don't. So
I was listening to the Fieldcraft guys, and the last guy that they had on, 2 weeks ago on their podcast was talking about you still have to treat the water somehow after you filtrate.
There's a lot of different thoughts on that. So, for example, if you went to Philmont Base Camp and something like that, with the scouts, they're still it's that abundance of safety of doing that. But then you've got these items now where they're going to do, it's the 3-9. So it's going to take out all the different levels of whatever you're going to hit it with. So it's just a matter of how you feel safe with it. But for me and my scouts, we've just kind of gone with these types of filters, and we've been fine.
I do want to do. I do want to do the full Fremont. I do want to do the whole trip on the Fremont. I would love to do that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jamboree on the air still, Josh?
Yeah, no, I that's still on my list. I would love to do a jamboree on the air from the Fremont hike, like the full hike, and do it like multiple days of activating throughout the whole thing. I would love to do that. That is on my list. That's on my ham radio list of something to do, like the full, because what does it take, like 9 days, 7 days to get all the way through it?
No, it depends upon the type of treks that you want to do. Generally,
The longest one, whatever the longest one is.
They have long ones. They have like 15-day treks and items like that. But that's and what's great too is if you take a look at the map, you look at the summits and you'll be into that. But where you're thinking is, you've got 2 kids, so if they go that route, then that's what we generally push our scouts for. It's like, you want to do some. Those are called your high adventure bases. So you're either going to do a sea base or you're going to go to Philmont.
So I love this. So you might be in the same mindset that I am. Like the transition from Cub Scouts to Boy Scouts. It's like, it's a real thing. Like, it's a real thing. Like, certain kids gravitate towards Boy Scouts more, and I was that kid. I did not really like Cub Scouts. I was active in it, but it felt like a lot of like flair, like pieces of flair that I was putting on versus like doing something. And then when I joined Boy Scouts, it's like, yes, this is the jam. I went hard into Boy Scouts. I loved it. And I would love if my kids went hard into it, because we'll do it. I'm there for it. But you know what I mean? Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
It's funny. So, for example, and I'm really deep into the program, and Cub Scouts drives me mental. Because
a little bit. It's driving me mental right now. I'll tell you why later, but go ahead.
It's those kids that are running around. I'm not a super structured person, but I just go, it's just not it wasn't my thing. So when my son was in it, I was like, hey, he was there, he's hanging out with his friends. Kind of like hangout time.
Right.
When a child gets to that Weeblo stage, and that's the 5th grade, that's when they're about to go into
2 years of Weeblo. 2 years of Weeblo,
so
yeah.
That's fun and everything like that, because you start seeing the structure. But Scouts, really, that, in my opinion, that's where the structure comes in, because it's truly that Scout-led program.
Yeah.
This is where you as an adult, you're either going to step up and either be a committee or actually be an ASM and help guide, or you're just a parent and you're just like taking it all in and they tell you about their adventures. And you sound like you're going to be that guy where it's like, okay, I'll suit up and watch them grow.
Well, so that's been my. Okay, well, I'm going to let you in on a little bit of this. A lot of these people have heard this. Well, if you listen to the podcast long enough, you'll also hear this. The Cub Scouts, their lackadaisical approach to uniform discipline absolutely drives me up the wall. Like, there's kids who just have, like, I've literally seen a kid that has some of their bottom buttons unbuttoned and the shirt just tied, and they're wearing sweatpants and jeans and like crazy. No one adheres to any kind of uniform discipline, and it drives me up the wall. Scouts, I cannot allow that. I cannot. If they get the Scouts, I cannot.
But Scouts, that's what I'm saying. Scouts that's where you have, if you like that discipline and that order, and that's what Scouts is. Cub Scouts, it's that, giving them some sample. You will have more fun once you get the Scouts. It's just, my thing is, ride it out. Enjoy it. You have to ride it out, because when you get the Scouts, that's where the fun kicks in. When they can start working on merit badges, when they start to go on campouts with other kids, it's like, to me, that's where it's at.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, I'm also I was at the point in Boy Scouts where we went from the super shorty shorts to the longer shorts, and I appreciate the longer shorts because those are way more useful.
Oh, yeah.
In Cub Scouts, we wouldn't have been caught dead wearing anything like that. We would have been sent right home.
Well, we all also have to talk about this too. We're in a different world now. So again, I'm the type of guy where I'm like, I'm always in my uniform and everything like that. And even when you got some Scouts, that kind of lets things slide. It's a different world. But I understand what you're talking about. It's just that.
I don't care who wants to rise to the level of the discipline required. Like, whatever your background is, it doesn't matter to me. If you're willing to rise up to that level of being disciplined, or at least being in the space to be open to being disciplined, like, I'm on board. Like, that's what I care about more than anything.
But from what I'm seeing is, it's just a matter of parents being able. It's a hard bill. It's a hard bill, because I'll tell you one thing. Scouts is different because remember, Scouts is scout led. You're going to walk in there. You might have a troop of. I've seen troops where you've got 10 Scouts. I've seen troop up to 80 Scouts, and it's the Scouts that are truly running it. That's the way the program is set up. When you're doing Cub Scouts, it's different. That's the parents jumping in, so there's a lot of different personalities that you've got to deal with and everything. So it's a challenge. And then, or I always say it's the classic. It takes a village. So you would have to kind of, if you want to run it strict, you could run it strict because then you've got to jump in. But then you're taking all of that on. And then you've also got, not only you're dealing with kids, you're also dealing with parents. I see the place where I get the organization. That's what I'm telling you. Hold on. Make it through, because Scout's completely different.
Yeah, that's my problem, is that like all these groups, I feel like my mom and my dad were way more open to the BS that I grew up with. Me as an adult, it's like I just get so frustrated by like committees and people that are creating all these rules and stuff like that. It's like, let's just take these kids out and show them what the outdoors is and how to be a part of it and how to involve yourself in it. And that's up to the troop. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but that's also hard though. Think of it this way: you're a parent, and you've got Cub Scouts. You're like, oh, I want to go camping. Do you realize rules state that as in BSA, as a Cub Scout, you could only go camping one night. There's something, I don't know if you're neck of the woods, they'll have something called Weeblo's Woods. Weeblo's Woods is when, a scout, when they're a Weeblo, they could actually come hang out. They go camping with their Cub Scout troop, but they could partake in activities with their, with a different other scouting units. Where my scouts, we can go camping for a week, but Cub Scouts, they're limited. So again, it's just that it's this very tiny little introduction that they want to get them into it. Right. But you're doing the things. So you take your kids camping and everything like that. So that's part of it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I appreciate the update and input there. By the way, what are you doing anything ham radio related with the Scouts? Fill us in on that.
Yes, I am. So thank you for doing your kind of review. So it's, as we know, it's a challenge. So let's see. In my neck of the woods, I got my son to technician. As soon as school's over, he's going to then start working on his general. With other Scouts, and so pretty much we'll do things. We have things called winter jamboree. We have different things. Like you have a winter jamboree, a spring jamboree. So every time there's an activity, I pretty much roll out all my ham gear, and I'm introducing, and then you get one or two hits, and then I just kind of spend time with the Scouts. So I spent a lot of time listening to this. I was thinking about your hamcation thing. I'm trying to figure out what type of activity I could do with radios. So I have a lot of other ham clubs I could work with, and I could bring them in. So the answer is yes. I'm on a full press court to pretty much just introduce every single Scout to ham radio.
I would, I mean, HF is great. Like, you can do parks on the air for sure. But I think, like, there's a whole STEM aspect that you can tap into with the young kids with satellites. I think that would be, like, really good.
It's funny you mentioned that. Yes, with my son's troop, I had success where I brought out my club. The club we actually did we talked to an astronaut. So we actually had a setup where we actually were able to communicate with ISS. So that drummed up a lot of interest. Some scout troops, because I have some scout troops where they do legitimate backpacking. So with them, we kind of, I'll bring radios with me so we could actually communicate from that aspect. So they kind of like that. Some troops are really high adventure, so, we could actually try to do some summit stuff. So again, it all depends upon the level of activity. Some people who want to go out in the backcountry, I'm there with them. Some people just want to stay by the car, I do with them. So the point is, I've had a lot of people really like, I was showing slow scan, and they were really into that. Right. So the trick is, and I think we all know with the kids, and you're right, Ron, with FT8, you got to find something that's interesting to them. So again, I've been really just pushing a lot of digital mode on them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, right on. Oh, well, I think that's also a good idea, going with the digital. So right on. Cool. All right. Let's take a break, and we'll open it back up. By the way, Overland 4G. I appreciate that. It was really good talk. By the way, I don't know. I'm assuming we got, like, parents of kids watching. Scouting is for everybody now, and I think that I think that it's good. Even if we're talking Cub Scouts, I think there's value across the board, and you get out what you put in, really and truly. So if you want to involve yourself in it as a parent, your child would get more out of it, and that even goes more so with scouting when you get to the scout level.
Can I make one more comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got my son and daughter in Scouts, so it's for boys and girls. And
Good
my
for
daughter,
you.
she will be, if the world keeps moving, she could be done with her Eagle project this month or latest July. So the answer is yes. It's both. When I say children, it's good for both of them.
Congratulations, man.
Awesome.
I love that. Thank you for sharing, man. I appreciate it. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Mario.
Hey, Mario. Thank you for that. I appreciate you taking the time.
No problem. Hey, like I said, at my age, welcome to my new Saturday night.
Right on, man. All right, cool. All right, so let's go with open questions. All ham radio questions, all of them. Seriously, if you don't give me ham radio questions, I'm going to start talking about the Netflix show I'm binging right now, which you might have all seen come across your feed, but I'm gonna talk about it gushingly right now, if you let me. So, ham radio questions, go for it, and I'm gonna check the YouTube Twitch side too. Make sure you put question or at ham radio crash course somewhere in there. You can do that on Twitch too. All right. Baofeng Jack says, I'm getting my technician license soon. I'm so excited. Congratulations, man. Do it. That's right. Kenny Ray, who has a red-eyed raccoon as his icon. See, that could be a patrol patch right there, man. You could put that on there. I love it. What do you recommend for lightweight telescopic mast for backpacking, building an NFED halfway for the True SDX? All right. There are two and only two I recommend. Two and only two that I recommend that are backpack portable. The Hybrid Mini from SOTA Beams or the Mini 6 from SOTA Beams. The Mini 6 will fit in your backpack. The Hybrid Mini is very robust and will fit in a water bottle pocket, but it'll stick out a touch. If you want a really robust mast, like the most robust mast you can take, it's the DX Commander. That is the one. That is my opinion. My opinion. But drop links. You guys drop links. Talk about it. Go ahead. What? Well, let's ask. Let's ask the people in the Discord. What are you guys using for portable and mass? Go ahead. Telescopic for lightweight. Lightweight. Go ahead.
Classic for POTA.
The DX Commander Classic? Wow.
DX Commander Rapide.
That's.
You know what? I'm gonna run into the office and grab my my primary ham radio go bag. I'm gonna drag it in here. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you right now. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And was the question about POTA?
The question was about portable, like a portable mast. So you went with the SOTA Beam or the DX Commander.
But the right answer to that is it depends. It depends on what you mean by. It depends on what you mean by portable.
What's portable?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm portable, and I carry a 50-foot carbon fiber mast with me. No problem at all. Fits right in the back of the van. So, but that's portable for me. That's not portable for somebody that's backpacking.
I think he was talking about, like actually hiking up to a summit.
Well, we assume that, yeah, that could be.
Well, you can now get on DX Engineering, or soon can be able to get onto DX Engineering, and you can suss out at least two of the brands.
All right.
Because DX Commander is now affiliated or whatever.
Yeah, but SOTA Beams is like damn near impossible to get that thing because it's never available.
I bought it through SOTA Beams, and I just had them ship it. It was like $10 for the shipping.
Right? Yeah,
it's
that's probably changed, but
okay.
Yeah.
No, I bought it like 2 weeks ago. Like
really?
Literally. Yes, I bought it recently. So this is my simple go bag. It's a Patagonia 15 liter or something like that. So I'm opening the bag, okay? I'm opening the bag. This is the mast. I'm pulling it out. That's the Mini 6. The carbon 6 or whatever they want to call it. That's it. This is the entire. That's it. The whole mast right here.
They're in
Fits in
stock
the bag.
now.
They're in stock.
But according to Ape, the carbon fiber is bad.
He actually comment.
Go ahead, Mike.
He actually did a test himself. If you look back on his YouTube channel, he did SOTA Beam's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He actually did a test as to how much difference it made, and it's negligible.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
negligible.
yeah.
It's like putting up.
And
Go ahead.
Ham
Sorry,
radio,
Mike.
Ham radio dude just did a one too, where he tested his carbon fiber 24 foot, and he ran a vertical right down it, and it worked perfectly. So
Yeah. So how tall is it? Many sections, but it's not that tall. It's like 20-something feet.
How floppy is it at the top?
Not very.
Very floppy. Okay, so let me talk
Really?
about
Okay.
that. Yeah, let me talk about that. This is actually good. Hold on. All right. This is a hack. This is a hack from K6 ARRL. No, K6
Oh,
ARRL.
really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Adam.
Right.
Okay. So, it's like a proper Tenkara rod at the end. So it has the little like threaded bit, and you're supposed to use that to tie a leader onto. So what you do, it's kind of like a crappie pole, yeah.
Yeah.
So you take the smallest bit, the smallest length, you open up the back end, okay? So the back end is actually it's a metal cap, right, with an O-ring. Good quality. This is a really good quality mast. Metal cap with an O-ring. You pull the smallest elements, the two most smallest elements out the back, and then you put super glue on the smallest elements, and you feed it back in so that, and again, you got to make sure that super glue doesn't get anywhere else but on that smallest element. You clean the whole thing off. What that does is it takes your smallest element and your second smallest element, and it supercharges them. So now, look at my smallest element. So I'm going to pull this out. So let's compare them. So here's the smallest element. Here's the flexible nature of the smallest element. There's not a lot of flex in it because it's literally two carbon fiber pieces that are glued together. They're not hollow anymore. And then you take the next one. So here's the next one. It's almost the same rigidity. So like glue the whippy bits into the smaller bits at the top of the mast, and the mast will be way better. It will be way better. K6 ARRL, that was his hot tip, and I agree with it completely.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the entire mast. Like there is nothing on the market.
How much of it do you have to crazy glue?
Just the last two bits. Like when you open it up, you'll
The
get
entire
the
length of it?
No, I put
12
maybe
inches,
like 6 inches of maybe 6 inches of it, and what I did was I slowly kind of twisted it into the second one, and again I took both the elements out. I took both of them out. I literally open up the bottom cap, I remove them, I put the glue on it, and then I would slowly rotate the inner one into the second one, and it did leave glue off of it, but I just cleaned that up really well. It's reinforcing.
Yeah, it reinforces it.
Yeah, like to a great degree. Yeah, very, very good degree. That's what I did. That's what I recommend you all do. So to go back to the original question, telescopic masts there's so many options. There are so many options. I have played around with a ton of them. Fiberglass, carbon fiber. There was a point before COVID where I was getting telescopic masts for like $10 on eBay shipped, and they were 20 feet, which is like, for summits on the air, oh, that's totally workable. You can go nuts with that. Now things have changed. Now you're at the point where you're like, I got to just get a good one, and I'm just going to use that good one. And literally, there's 3. I started out with 2, but I will add DX Commander Classic. The reason for the DX Commander is you can pretty much do almost anything on that. Almost anything. But the downside, wire antenna, when I say that, I mean wire antenna. But the downside is it's a bit longer. It's going to take up some significant pack space to be able to do that. So paintball ballas. I don't know if that's who I think it is. I don't know if it is, but I have quite the adventure of a field day planned. Adam and I are going on an amazing adventure that was opened up to us for field day. I don't exactly know what I'm taking on field day yet. I would like to take the Buddy Hex, but I have a limit of 100 pounds that I can bring with me. If that means I'm wearing the same clothes for an entire weekend and I can bring the Buddy Hex, then I may have to do that.
So when you talk about the mast, you are talking about the Rapide or the Expedition, right?
Oh, it is who I think it is. Oh, okay. I saw the YouTube comment. Yeah, I don't know. We should talk. Honestly, you and Austin, you and I should talk. Austin, should I say what we're doing? You tell me in the chat. I don't know if it's supposed to be some secret. It'd be fun if it was a surprise, but at the same time, I think this might be fun too.
You could do that Rapide. It does not weigh much. And the mast is only, I think, 23 feet.
They asked what I weighed, yes. They did ask what I weighed. Mark. Oh, okay, cool. So, all right. So I've gotten, all right. So, field day is going to be on a very particular island with the rarest grid square in the United States. Who can guess what it is? Anybody in the chat? What is the rarest grid square in the United States? And also pretty close to where I live.
You care if I
Catalina?
It's south of Catalina. Go ahead. Whoever thinks they got it. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought it was Catalina too. Okay.
No, Catalina, no. Catalina's not rare. Anybody can go to Catalina. You take that catamaran, you'll be all out over there.
Gilligan's Island?
It is an island, but it's not Gilligan's Island. You fly a plane, I think, care of the Navy. Oh, who got it? Oh, who got it? Where is it? There it is. San Clemente Island.
You're doing Navy transport to San Clemente?
I think so. I think that's how that works.
How did you get that hooked up?
You know, we got a lot of ham friends that are going to take care of us.
San Clemente Island?
Yeah, so San Clemente Island, which is the home of where the Navy SEALs do budge training, among many other things, is a pretty difficult place to get to. And if you've been listening to the podcast, Leia and I have talked about San Clemente Island multiple times, actually driving home from San Diego, talking about how interesting we found that island, of how just different it is from, just, you can't go to it. You can't really go to it. So we got an opportunity. I'm not going to say anything more about how I got it or anything like that. But Adam and I are going to be likely operating field day the entire weekend from San Clemente Island. So that is going to be amazing. I will not be doing EOD training. If I could, I would be doing that instead of field day, to be honest. But I think they won't let me do it. I don't think I'll be allowed. I think that's also probably on the other side of the island. Now,
I'm just thinking how sensitive those triggers are to RF. How much power you got to put out to
we can find out. We can find out for sure. So I would like to point out that there was some talk. I was literally just sitting in a room at the Hamvention vendor area. There's like a back room that you can go to get like water and coffee and all that. And they were talking about 6 meters. Particularly how that grid square is the rarest grid square in the continental United States. It's the hardest one, to the point that they want to like remove it from being like a grid square that's on the map, because it's so frustrating for so many people to actually get that. And there's oh God, it's the name of a ham. it's like worked all states. It's an achievement you can get in ham radio for 6 meters. What is it? I know you'll know it. I know in the chat you'll know it. It's like worked all states. It's worked all grid squares basically for 6 meters. Who's got it? Who has it? Fred Fish. Austin. Yeah, Austin got it. Austin got it. So we're going to be working with Austin to get some pretty fun field day stuff done. And I'm on a hustle run right now to get my Sark Track ZL rotor set up with my Arrow antenna to take. And I don't know if we can also take the Buddy Hex. I would love to do both, but I know that there are a ton of people that are losing their minds to get this grid square. So if we can do Fred Fish 6 meters and 2 meters, 70 centimeter, any of the FM sats, that's going to be like a big goal for me. I want to give back as many contacts as I can to make this happen. Yeah, I love take the wait. No, that's not what I wanted. Ah! Oh, I hate that. Undo. God, I hate the way this works. What just happened? Oh, I blew that up. Oh, did I kill the chatbot? God, I hate that. Did I fix it? I think I fixed it. You guys still there?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question harking back to the FTM 500. What is the issue that you're having, or what is the issue with the APRS side of things? What doesn't work for it?
On which radio?
The FTM 500, the new one.
Try to reply to somebody with a message that sent you a message. I don't have a problem with it.
Reply. Okay.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm accurately documenting how it works.
Okay. As I said earlier, I'm looking to replace the radio I currently have because it's dying. The GPS no longer locks onto the Kenwood D710. So I was looking at it and I was debating whether the 400 or 500, and with the hype about the 500 and how much better it is overall, I was like, maybe I should try the 500. But that was a good conversation to have. What doesn't work for it.
I have to be clear that everything you want to do on the radio will work. It's just figuring out how to do it. It seems like every time Yaesu makes a new radio, we have a new battery of arms to do the thing that we knew how to do beforehand. The FTM 500 is that to a T. The FTM 400 was pretty straightforward. There was some kludgy bits to it, particularly deleting the old message and being able to reply and all that stuff. The FTM 500 has these weird capabilities. I made a video on it. You can go look at it. Very weird capabilities to reply to an APRS message. Like it's, I don't know why. I don't get it. I don't understand why. I don't understand. If someone,
all right.
If John wants to tell me, I'd love to hear it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, going into Yaesu with APRS is going to be a whole new world for me anyway, but I primarily only have it on APRS. That's what my Kenwood's currently dedicated to, is just APRS. So as long as the basic functions of it work, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
The basic functions will rock because it's got the head unit that has an external speaker hookup. You can hook the mic to the external head. You can do whatever you want. The basic functions are great. It's a good radio for that. If you want the advanced stuff, it's a little bit more kludgy, straight up. Like APRS. Specifically, I'm talking about APRS.
Yeah, that's where I was just APRS, because as I said, I'd just only be using it for that.
Right. I don't really have any. I don't have any huge gripes on the radio other than that APRS, but I got stuck with it, and Austin is literally in the chat. He and I were going back and forth, like trying to figure out just how do we reply to this damn message, and it was just the hugest pain to do it. It just I feel like I feel like it doesn't have to be this hard. I don't understand why it has to be this hard. I think that
I'm in chat now, by the way.
Oh, right on, man. Well, I mean,
Could it
you
be a
were there. Go
firmware
ahead.
update later?
You tell people. You go ahead and tell people how hard it was to reply to a APRS message.
It was ridiculously complicated for what it should have been, because the old way worked fine. I mean, it wasn't the greatest, but it worked fine. But now the new way is just ridiculously complicated for no reason. I don't understand it.
There you go. I agree with everything he said.
All right. Do you think it would be a firmware update they might later release to fix that? Well, who knows, right?
So Yaesu is very open, saying they can fix many things with firmware, but not all things. And I would like to remind everybody, John Crook has been on my channel before on a live stream, and he's pointed out that you can email Yaesu with thoughts and improvements, but please do it in a nice way. And yes, being nice in amateur radio, it does mean a lot. It means a lot to a lot of people. So if you could just, request that, it would be great if we could make replying to a message a little bit easier. For instance, when you reply to a message, if you click reply, for instance, I don't need the old message to repopulate. I don't need that. I don't need to add my message to the old message. They know what they sent. Like, I don't. It's a reply to the message. There's no reason to keep the chain of text just growing and growing and growing. We don't need that, right? Among the UI fixes for APRS, but like all that stuff, you can send your request nicely, and they'll look at it, is what I understand.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so maybe the FTM 500 is something in my future then. Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a VHF, UHF repeater, Yaesu System Fusion radio goes, good radio. It's good. If you want to do APRS, like for the advanced features, it's a little bit messy, is what I would say. Messy is what I would say. All right.
Mess. I got a question.
Go ahead, question.
So, getting back to the topic, we were talking about the parks on the air. Is there any time parks on the air are going to at least try to attempt maybe doing a national parks event, or for a month or something, where they can go to the parks and activate them and get points for those things?
A lot of national parks are included in POTA, right?
Right. I've never seen where everybody's doing it for a week or something just to kind of
So by the way, Support Your Parks weekend, I think might be next weekend or the weekend after. That's your time to go be an activator. Like, it doesn't matter what park you go to as long as it's in the registry. Go forth.
Okay. Just want to throw it out there. That's all I had.
Yeah, right on.
Thank you.
Question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you've had it and you reviewed it before. The Pico APRS UHF transceiver.
Oh, yeah. I
don't
love
know. Well, here's what I'm looking for. I have the latest Yaesu. And I also have the MobiLink, but I dislike the fact that, you're right, the power button is wonky because I can now tell if it's on or off. And I hate the fact that I got to connect the radio to it. But so if I get the Pico APRS, can that TNC Bluetooth to whatever, my device?
Yes.
Do I need it?
Yes.
So,
the answer is yes. It is low energy Bluetooth connection over smart devices.
So it's a buy?
So it's 1 watt, right? That's the downside. I could swallow the radio, so it doesn't put out much power, right?
I'm just okay.
You gotta decide for yourself, right? If you put a really good antenna behind it, it's great. But APRS beaconing generally requires a decent amount of power output to be consistently getting your beacons out, particularly if you're off grid. So you would have to pack like a Yagi or something along those lines to be able to amplify that power, because it's not putting out much power.
Ugh. Okay.
It's also $400. It's a very boutique radio.
I got plenty of boutique radios, so I'll just add another one to the collection.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Okay, well then there you did. Then yeah. By the way, the radio I used the entire Hamfest was the Pico APRS. I love that radio. Love it.
That's what I thought. I saw that in your thing there on a mic, because I want. Why don't manufacturers do that? I just want one radio. I don't want another intermittent device. I just want the radio and my smart device, and just go.
We're not there yet, but I think that's the next phase. I honestly think the next phase is that we'll have Bluetooth data. So hear me out. You can go back. By the way, Overland, if you can mute for a second, we're getting all kinds of crosstalk on you. I think you got speakers going in the background. So, all right. Years ago, I told you all, I speculated that single cable USB for digital modes would become a thing. It was a thing. That was the thing. People were like, yes, all these HF radios, we got to get away from 3 cable solution, which was cat control USB and then 2 audio cables, 3 cables. We brought that down to USB, and in the case of the 705, you can do it wirelessly. All right. So here's my next speculation. I think that many HTs, the ones that have Bluetooth, will start having Bluetooth data on board. And that will allow things like just wireless connection for data transmission. Once that happens, for many radios, so we're talking the Yaesu FT6, whatever that's going to be. Not the D75, because it doesn't. None of the radios that exist right now actually do this. You have to use a bridging device, like a Mobi-Linked or something like that. Don, were you going to say something?
Yeah, but you finish your thought.
Oh, okay. No, I'm done.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, my thought on that, and it's not the same thing, because I get what you're saying. But if they would stop producing these radios with USB on the back of them and pushing audio and CAT on 2 different interfaces, and we could get to something like TCI, where everything comes over the Ethernet port, and you don't have to fool with anything when you set the darn things up. You just go in and say CAT TCI, audio TCI, done. And everything works. That's where we should be heading with CAT and audio. And I've been frustrated with audio for a while now, because the Sun does it beautifully. The Onan, it's getting there. The thing is, like, for instance, on your 7610, there's no reason the 7610 couldn't do that. And others with Ethernet ports. I'd rather see the USB ports go away and us go to hooking the radios to Ethernet.
I guess the problem is, like, portable folks, right? Portable is going to be USB. Right?
Doesn't have to be. If you're connecting to a computer, it doesn't have to be. Like, I could take my Hermes
crossover cables into the field.
No, crossover on gigabit. You don't use crossover. You know that, right?
I know, it's a joke, Don.
Bidirectional. Okay, fair enough. Sorry. By the way, can I just say real quick?
Yeah.
Hi, Scott, because I haven't seen Scott in a while.
Oh, good.
And so I hope he's feeling better. But anyway, I just, you can, I mean, when I take a computer out, now if I'm taking a tablet, yeah, you're right. There might be an issue there. But honestly, if you could do it over what we do over here, you could do over Wi-Fi, just as easily. Basically, push your audio and video, your audio and CAT over that, instead of having these clunky interfaces where I've got to simulate serial ports or create serial ports or deal with serial ports and baud rates and all that stuff. I mean, God, that's what When did I stop doing that on servers? That's old stuff, old school.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, if you ever used a radio with TCI, you'd see what I'm saying. Because TCI basically replaces your cat control and audio control. It's just it's the one thing, and you're done.
I just don't know how that works for portable. So
you just connect. You connect again. You connect an Ethernet, or you go over Wi-Fi.
Half
Wi-Fi.
the laptops that exist today don't have an Ethernet port anymore.
Comment.
You just add a USB Ethernet. It's easy enough.
All right, go ahead. Comment.
Yeah, I was about to say something about that fact. If you would have bought a laptop in the last 20 years, it doesn't have a networking port, a LAN port, and you'd have to bring a dongle with it. I've done. Well, you wouldn't have to. Modern laptops tend not to have LAN ports, Ethernet ports on them, and ones that do are desktop replacements. So they're 10, 15 pounds. Yeah. You're not going to take that out into the field.
Yeah, I hate laptops, so that's probably why I won't buy something without that. I used to not buy. By the way, I used to not buy laptops without a serial port, a real, honest serial port on them. But I've gotten to where, like even my work laptop, the little bitty tiny thin thing I've got, it's got an Ethernet on it.
And to your point, Don, about serial and COM ports, welcome to the 90s. I was
right.
I'm a relatively new ham, but a software engineer, so technologist, I guess. I was surprised at the state of technology of ham radio when I started, and I've been seriously disappointed about all the Bluetooth connectivity without having any real functionality to it beyond audio.
Yes.
That's been such a frustration.
And even I've been criticized many times for using Bluetooth in my car to communicate with my ham radios. I mean, the club absolutely they are you using Bluetooth? Yeah. Stop. It sounds horrible. So I don't even think they're implementing Bluetooth well.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The Bluetooth quality has been terrible. And then when you go to your phone or something, or your in-car audio system, nobody can tell the difference if I'm using a Bluetooth headset or my regular handset. So, yeah.
Right.
I have so many complaints, but at the same time, it's like we got to give the brands time to catch up, because this is not cell phone markets. This is not laptop markets, right? They're churning out new laptops every year. New cell phones every year. Radios don't work that way. So I give them the latitude, because the market just doesn't. It doesn't run that way. We know that. So I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait, assuming that we get to a point where I can just I just want that serial interface. That's really what I want, whether it's over Bluetooth or USB-C preferable, please, 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 please. Once I have that, then it's I don't care as much. You know what I mean? It could be more current day technology, but do I expect that? No, I don't, because ham radio is so lag.
But Josh,
yeah.
Here's the funny thing, though. I mean, they should know their customer. We pay premium for these products.
Yeah, so yes, you're right, but they are designing them either years before you bought it, or it was designed to last years after you bought it. I want everybody to remember a very important number: 5 years. Our market doesn't, and this is not a universal constant. This is just a general term. 5 years. It takes 5 years to recoup the cost of developing a new radio for any brand or company. The same Baofeng that you bought in 2015 is the same Baofeng that you're basically going to buy now, with subtle changes, but basically the same thing. For the Japanese companies, 5 years, basically, right? That's a huge amount of time. That's the reason why you can't have cutting edge technology. Hold on, Overland, hold on. The reason why you can't have cutting edge technology is because we have not grown the hobby enough for the weight of our buying power to make the production of radios faster and commensurate with a higher design cycle time. It will never increase until we have more buyers. Period.
Oh, 100%, Josh. I agree. No, that's been my feeling about the environment. Is we just don't have the market for for them to justify the R&D costs and everything that's involved in bringing a new product to market. Yeah.
And don't get me wrong here, because I have been very much on the forefront of calling out issues that I think are a problem with some radios. But at the same time, I think we as a community completely do not understand what it actually takes to bring a radio to market. We have a lot of requirements and demands that radio companies meet with very little understanding of what it actually takes to bring a radio to market. And that is a problem. That is a problem. It is very difficult for the companies that make the radios we buy to make something that can actually pay for itself in some amount of time, but it has to. It has to. Otherwise, they can't exist. They can't exist in this space anymore, right? It's really difficult because we're not commodity users like cell phones. We're all buying cell phones like once a year, maybe every 2 years, maybe every 3 years, every 3 years. All right, Don.
No,
you're a minority. You're a minority.
Yeah, there and I know because that's what pays my salary.
Yes.
A lot of people buy.
Okay, good. Okay, so at least you can speak objectively on this. You know
that
there are people who are out there buying new phones every year, every 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
They're constantly chasing the trends. We're not doing that in ham radio. We're not doing that.
We're in the back end of the network. We're 2 to 3 years ahead of the cell phones.
Right, but you hear what I'm saying, right?
Don,
I
know
what I'm saying, right? So
I know.
Just think of like a company that has to make a discrete device that just does a specific thing, or multiple specific things. They have to cost that out in the future. It's not going to recoup itself in a year. It's going to recoup itself over time. That business model is stressful, super stressful, to be able to do that.
And for some of these companies, aren't their primary market commercial? So like ICOM, Kenwood, they're selling to commercial as well. And that brings in a lot more money than amateur. So they're going to focus on R&D for that line
Flex is the
radio.
same thing.
So good point, but it's not necessarily like a commensurate market, meaning that you can just take like a couple of things over here and put them over here. They get some reuse capability, but on the amateur market, we're actually more persnickety than consumer users because those are mostly channelized radios. Even the military is like channelized or like push button, boop, 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 boop. Don't put me in that box. I want a VFO. I want to get down to, the 10th of a hertz to be able to scroll in for CW and whatnot, right? All that stuff, the amateur operator is one, a more demanding consumer, and two, a way more vocal consumer than the government consumers, right? Military consumers that pay way more for the technology that's think about for a second. Just think about this. Think about every Motorola radio that you've heard that first responders are carrying on their side. How much does that cost? $6,000? $7,000, $8,000, $12,000 for current gen Motorola radios?
I can actually tell you how much it costs.
Go ahead, Shane. I was waiting for Shane. There you go, Shane. Go for it. It's your time.
A hot red package, which consists of two APX 6500 mobiles, for the county here, costs about $13,000 a piece.
Okay. So $13,000 for a higher frequency handheld radio. Would any ham pay for that?
That's mobile. But the handhelds are about $10,000 a piece.
Okay. So thank you for the correction. But even then, would any ham pay for that? No. We're not going to pay for that. So these companies. So again, I'm shilling for brands right now, which pisses me off because I'm not sponsored by any of these. ICOM to a point, but hear me out. They don't have to work with us. Like, they don't have to be at all involved with us. And Motorola is kind of like, hey, you guys are kind of assholes. So we're gonna leave you on your. We'll let you figure out how to make this work. That's your job, right? You're the hams, right? You need to figure out how to make this work. The reality is that they can just go to other markets and not sell radios to us. They can just do that and make more money. Does everybody understand that? Does everybody get that? And we're so hard on these brands. We are the clown loach to the sea anemone symbiotic relationship. Once you get that, then yeah, there's some amount of like give and take we have to have if we want to have new radios keep coming out. For all you people that buy used radios and enjoy buying used radios, that's cool. No problem with that. But there has to be new radios coming out for you to have a used radio to buy. And you have to get into the relationship at some point. Okay, do what you got to do. I get it. I respect it. But at the same time, like, there's people out there that, like, yes, we get it. Like, the brands, they're not going to be sustaining on their own. We have to help them to some degree. Some degree. You figure it out. That was a big rant from me. So that's where I'll leave that.
Thank you, Molson. Oh, sorry.
That was a good rant, mister. That was a good rant.
What? I mean, am I on point? Does anybody disagree with me? Like, call me out. Let's talk about it. I don't know. I just don't. I have these thoughts, and from seeing ham radio from the place that I'm at, and sometimes I look at it and I'm like, I get these comments on YouTube, and I'm like, I don't really get where your comments coming from. I get all these people that think they know what a radio costs to bring to market. I'm like, where are you getting these numbers from? You might be right, but where are you getting them? Tell me. Just tell me.
The comment about it. The comment that I dislike the most is my ICOM 718 is just as good as the 7300, 7610, 7481, whatever, 7851. That's the one where the old man is standing there, and you'd like to turn around and just tell him, no, it's not.
Well,
but you can't prove that to him.
See, I don't know who it was. I've said this before, but other people have said this. So if you go to the Sherwood Report, right? The Sherwood Report, from my point of view, is kind of like the clearing grounds of the top pecking order of radios. So the FTDX10, right, is at the top. And then the FTDX, sorry, what am I thinking about? FT1X? Oh, gosh. There's, by the way,
the 101D?
Yeah, the FT101D is at the top. And then the FTDX10 is like number 3. And then way further down is like, the 7610 and the 7300. But they're all within 20 of each other. So here's the rub, right? Here's the rub on all of this. At the top 20, the human ears can't hear the difference on any of this. They can't discern the difference on a lot of this stuff. So what is the difference? It's the user experience. That's why I keep saying that how you like a radio physically every day that you have to live with, like it's your ham radio girlfriend, if you think about it, or turn that into whatever preferential terms you want. It is something you have to lay hands on every day if you're going to operate ham radio. So you might as well enjoy it. You might as well pick the thing that you like the most. Because at a certain point, if it's a current gen radio, it's probably good most of the time. And it's only specific features, particularly for you contesters, that are going to separate it from the difference of other radios, right? So I don't know. Like we always get in these conversations, and I just encourage everybody to go hands-on with radios, like wherever it is. If you can go to a store, try the radio. If you got Ham Club, you can get access to these radios, try them out. But it's tough because some clubs are just like, I'm fully flex. We're flex all the time. All of our field days is flex, and that's cool. But your view, your aperture to the world is going to be tinted a bit for flex. Not to say that's wrong. I'm not saying that's wrong. But it makes it harder to, like, see the competition, if you will.
Well, Josh, to throw this light at it, I have two radios, a 706 and a 7600. They are light years different. One makes better contacts on top of a hill. The other makes better contacts at home. It just is what it is.
Right.
But to tell me a 718 is as good as anything that's newer, it's like, and you see it on Facebook, but it's hard to not just charge in there and go, you guys are,
Right. Okay. So I see that point. I see that point. Particularly when you start dipping into SDRs. SDRs have changed so much of our ham radio world. The capabilities and quality that you get out of a lot of SDRs is just staggering. Right. The Hermes Light. You know, I'll give the shout out to Dawn. Dawn has been talking about the Hermes Light for, I don't know, feels like years at this point, Dawn. But
it has been.
Yeah, it is a fantastic radio with superior audio quality. Is the power output like massive? No, but it is completely usable for most people. Completely usable. And you're going to be better off in most cases going with a simplistic SDR like a Hermes Light than like many other radios that are on the market. And you're going to pay half the price. It's like $450, but you're going to get like 10 watts out. That's the problem. You're basically QRP at that point. So it's just this crazy balancing game. It's tough. It's tough to tell people it's like, oh, this is the best radio. Go buy this. You never can do that. I can't. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I know people do, but I don't. I don't. All right, I was on a big rant. Let's take a moment. I want to acknowledge a good steward of ham radio that's in the chat, and a good YouTuber, and a friend. Ham radio for non-techies. Are you there, buddy?
Yeah, actually, I am, Josh. I appreciate you. I didn't really have a whole lot to say.
I saw you pop in, and I wanted to make sure I hit you, so thanks for...
Yeah, I was just being silent. No, I'm doing pretty good. I'm forcing myself to recover quicker than what the doctors are telling me. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Good for you.
Getting back into the game here, so start seeing some more videos from me pretty soon.
Good.
Enjoyed your show tonight, and I'm sorry I've been away for the past couple of weeks. Every weekend the past year, people have been coming over, and they aren't exactly ham radio interested, so. Ended up not being able to get on the after chats or watch the shows.
I understand.
Until later on.
I understand. Well, hey, I thank you for taking the time to hang out, and you know it's a bummer we couldn't see you at Hamvention, and obviously a bummer for what you've been going through. But you know we're thinking about you, man, and we're glad you're getting stronger every day.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, I really like to make it out to Hamvention or Hamcation. You know, it's in the works. I just got to get a couple more ducks in the row there, and get out there and just do it.
Right on, man. Well, appreciate you hanging out. As always, feel free to jump in there anytime. All right. So I'm looking at all the chats. I think we've answered many of the questions. Are there any other questions on the Discord or anything else? Let's hit them up if we can. Otherwise, I'm gonna start rolling things up here. I'm gonna tell you what I've been binging before I head out. But go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question.
All right, we're going to the floor goes to Shane. Go for it.
Oh man, I don't know if I need the floor, but all right. I heard a lot of the other YouTuber guys mentioning a lot of Motorola equipment at the flea market.
So much.
Really?
So much.
God,
Go look at my live stream. There's so much Motorola stuff. Motorola and Kenwood, all P25, all that stuff. All that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, Shane, you missed out. I saw it on videos. You missed out.
Oh, I'm sure I did. Hey,
And Shane,
I just gotta, yeah.
I will openly give you the apology that I couldn't find the little knob you were looking for.
Dude,
I'm
that's
sorry,
all right.
I'm
I
sorry.
can get it online from them anyway.
I feel bad. I
Yeah.
just never went back. We were too busy doing the Hamvention challenge, all the other stuff that I never got back out there.
Well, Tell you what, since I recently got a promotion at work, I'll make plans to go next year.
Good for you. You should. You'd have a field day, honestly. Actually, I would like you to go with me into the swap meet, and then you can point out what the good Motorola radios are. I'll wait to buy my first Motorola. I will wait to buy my first Motorola radio with you. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to Huntsville.
Oh, that's true. You're going to Huntsville. So Huntsville is boat anchor territory. I found that there's a lot of the bigger AM radios show up at Huntsville. Not as much as the Motorola's I saw at Huntsville. Or not Huntsville, Hamvention.
And that would have been so fun.
Yeah, there was like charger banks, like the big chargers, the drop-in charge, like so many of those. Like more than 6 gang. They're like 10, 12 gang. Like big, wide chargers. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
You're not going to pick up a 900 megahertz radio, Josh?
Oh, I'm gonna, but I'll pick it up with Shane. He'll tell me the right one to buy.
Yeah, those are Kenwoods.
Well, whatever it is, I'll buy it.
No, I mean there's Motorola's too. The Motorola's are the DMR and all of that P25.
I mean, I still don't get why Ham spends so much money on Motorola radios. I'll be honest. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I have the answer to that.
I want to get it. I want to understand. If someone can educate me, Shane's tried. I still, and he's here. So, someone said they can. Who was it? Go ahead.
It was Frank.
That was Frank.
Oh,
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Frank's going to tell me right now. So here we go.
So Motorola has always been that novelty item for any and every ham that's interested in commercial gear. Mm-hmm. And they pay so much for them. I'm a big Motorola guy, just like Shane, as big as Shane is. They pay so much for the used gear because, and this is what I was going to say when you were mentioning price points earlier, ideally, you're paying for, one, the name Motorola, and two, the model number of each radio is usually the basic package price from Motorola. So like the Apex 8000, which is one of the newer radios for handhelds, expect to drop $8,000 new for a basic package. You're looking at $3,000 to $4,000 used market.
Yeah, but
so you're paying for the name and the novelty of going, oh, I have a commercial radio that, I can do this, and this, but okay, I'm locked into, you can't turn the VFO off. Being Motorola guy, it doesn't matter to me too much, but you're paying for the novelty and the name. That's what you're paying for.
I appreciate the honesty. So this is what's crazy. It's like, I'm a Mac guy, right? Like I'm obviously on Windows right now. I'm streaming on Windows, but I'm a Mac guy. I will pay Apple tons of money for a top-end editing station to do my videos on. But I can yield that return on the quality of the videos, at least for me in producing them, that I put on YouTube. So I don't get it with Motorola, because that is like a level of brand loyalty I don't understand. Like straight up, I don't even Apple can't compare to Motorola.
Comment.
Well, I'm going to go back to Frank, and then I'll go back to the comment. Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, so it's the same thing as Apple versus Windows. The brand loyalty is there, and as far as the quality goes, the audio quality, people know when I'm talking on my Motorola versus when I'm talking on, say, my Kenwood D710 or one of my other VHF radios. They know when I'm on my Motorola, because that audio just is bumped up into that audio quality that a lot here in police, fire, EMS audio. That kind of audio is what you get out of the Motorola radios, and that's what you're paying for, is that and the novelty and the name. So it is like
it is
an
quality. It is also quality, is what you're saying.
It is.
Because you started out saying like brand loyalty and gravitas, in which you can't sell me on that. So there's a quality aspect too, right?
There is.
Okay.
But then why buy a Hytera?
I don't know. Why would you buy a Hytera?
Because they got sued. They got sued by Motorola.
Yeah, but I've always heard, even from our Motorola guys in the club, that the Hyteras are what you want to go for.
I would respectfully disagree.
I have no, I don't know anything about them. So, because I've got 2 Motorola's, I'm ready to throw them away. And as far as I heard from the Motorola guys, that's basically what I should do, because they were given to me anyway. But I don't want to do DMR. I don't care about P25. And by the way, some of the guys that do have the Motorola's do actually do both. They actually do IMCOM. So I know a few people that actually have, volunteer fire department, that kind of thing, and they use the P25 side of the Motorola, and they're licensed, if you will, to do it. So they have that one radio that does both.
And that's what I do with my Motorola. Or with my Kenwood, my Kenwood's NXDN, we use that on the railroad, and I use it for ham stuff. One zone's ham, one zone's railroad.
This is okay. All right, let's go to the comment. There's a comment. Go ahead, comment.
Well, I use whatever Motorola my Uncle Sam pays for on a daily basis.
I appreciate the honesty. Go for it.
And the only reason to have Motorola is because it was paid for, and you absolutely will be communicating with the person at the other end. It's a commercial radio, not amateur. So when you key down the mic and you need a scrambled or a signal to get through to talk about whatever you're doing, wherever you're doing it, for whatever mission you have, you have a Motorola, and it's scrambled or whatever you want to call it. You call it what you want. I know but you get my point. When you key it up, if it's charged, it's gonna work. And that's why you buy a Motorola.
Yeah, I guess. So hear me out. I think there's a bit of mysticism with Motorola in the sense that there are people, to be honest, your story...
But I won't buy that for an amateur radio.
Well, hold on. So there's nothing the Motorola's doing. So quality of audio, you can get me on that. I can get behind that. I think I understand that. But the capability to get out when no other radio can... If amateur radios were making radios on the frequencies that Motorola's had for first responders, etc., they would get out just as well. There's no secret sauce Motorola has, right? It's the same RF technology. It's not something secret. By the way, you guys don't use great antennas on a lot of these Motorola radios. They're rubber ducks most of the time. So to say that, oh, Motorola gets out when no one else will. It's like, well, yeah, you've got an exclusive band or an exclusive band space that you're on, that you're participating in, and that makes it so much better than anything amateur radio. Well, yeah, it's because they're not participating in the same band you're in, and there's no real competition there. Motorola is expensive because Motorola has many contracts with first responders that don't ask a lot of questions, and when any upstart comes up like Hytera, they get slapped down right through litigation, right?
Well,
right or wrong, but that is the truth.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. The people that I've worked for the last 20 something years, the fact is you're right. It's not a band, but if you did what I've seen done to a Motorola radio, to any amateur radio, with maybe the exception of a VX6. If you did it twice to the VX6, it's going to demolish it. I mean, you could drive tent stakes with that thing.
Yeah, again, quality. Okay, so I can get behind that. But is it the same price as a moderately priced? Wait. Is it worth?
I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah. So, okay. So if I could buy a Kia at the same price as a Motorola radio, that gives me pause. The most expensive HF radio on the market is like $10,000. And that does so many bands. It does all the HF bands, right? And then you compare that to a Motorola for first responder prices at $15,000 to $12,000. That's crazy to me. It's crazy.
Okay, now to add on to that, OEB, James, that's how his name is here. He came up with one key element there. Motorola knows that 99% of the time, Uncle Sam's footing the bill.
Oh, yeah.
So if they want to charge $10,000, they're going to charge $10,000, and New York Fire Department or Tennessee Fire isn't going to care.
Yeah.
They're just going to get the grant from Uncle Sam. Now, as far as the bands go, the newer Apex series, like the 6500s that Shane was talking about, they're now coming in dual and quad band radios. So the 8000 and the 8500, that's VHF, both sections of UHF, and the 7800 megahertz stuff. Now, who besides public safety use the 7800, not hams, but the VHF, UHF, you could get dual band Motorola. And so it's not the old school Motorola where you were limited to one band per radio anymore.
Yeah,
I will also wager to guess that their encryption and them using maybe broadband spectrum instead of a single frequency, and I don't know what they use. I'm not the comm guy,
right?
But I've got a pretty good idea what's going on. So
I'm a comm guy.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing about the Motorola's is that, like, we have guys in there that in our ham club that do Motorola, and the whole thing they're doing is they're studying to quote be communication guys, where they spend like hours and hours programming radios, programming all the trunking and all the crap that goes in there. And as a ham, I don't want to do that. That to me is way more stuff than I want to screw with.
Or the hilarious thing is Shane's going to dive in right now and say, like, Shane, are they not just doing encrypted on simplex frequencies?
Well, I was just about to say I was recently promoted to a ComTech 1, so I was still fairly new in the ComTech world. I've been an installer for the last 3.5 years. But like, for example, here, for our public safety, we use 800 megahertz on a P25 phase 1 with AES 256 encryption. And where was I going with that? Anyway, a lot of the public safety agencies out there use P25 phase 1 or phase 2. Oh, that's where I was going with that. Josh,
yeah,
the XTS series, like the 5000s and 2500s, have dropped pretty dramatically in price because they're no longer supported. But they're very, very great radios. And there's a guy down here named Chris Buchanan, N6LXX, and he runs a multi-site ham radio P25 simulcast voted repeater system, and it works really well.
Okay, we're gonna talk offline on this. Hey, I'm down. I'm down to try it. I just so it's such a separation from my ham radio world, right? I want a VFO. I want to be able to scan around on open frequency. I want to use it like a receiver, right? If you think about how I came to ham radio as a shortwave listener. My whole world is VFO. My whole world is scanning. My whole world is listening. For Motorola-based radios or anything like that, it's this concept that you have to have a comms plan. And you have to dial right into that comms plan and be a part of it. And if you're not in it, you're out. And you can't really do anything else other than that, which I'm not saying it's wrong. There's tons of people that enjoy it, but at the same time, it's not really my jam, if you get what I'm saying, right? Does that make sense?
Okay, yes and no to that.
Okay, all right.
By the way, Shane's right on the XTS, the X-Ray Tango Sierra series. They are great radios. Definitely have Shane help you get one. As far as programming radios, the term code plug came from Motorola.
Right.
What us hams know, the code plug came from Motorola. All you have to do is put in basically whatever you want to listen to. It's a big fancy scanner for a lot of moto geeks. Some of us hams, we do use them, every day. I could put my Motorola into scan mode right now, pick up my county sheriff, and then switch one channel over and talk on a UHF box for ham radio. So you don't have to stick to any particular thing. You can create the code plug into whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, but you got to do it versus like I just get on the radio and I start scanning around. You have to have all this pre-work to do it.
And don't you have to have the encryption keys also?
Well,
Because,
assuming you're going to transmit encrypted.
Well,
or
no,
decode.
because our sheriff and fire and so forth is encrypted, so and they don't give out their keys.
Well, yeah, they don't want you to know
Right.
that.
Right. So yeah, listening. It doesn't matter if I've got the radio. I don't have the keys, so it doesn't.
Yeah,
matter.
if you're dealing with encryption, you're kind of SOL, but that's mainly 700, 800 on ham radio. It's oops, hang on a second.
It's not legal on ham radio.
So
no, exactly. It's not legal to use encryption on a ham radio.
I'll take a moment to say a big thank you to Aaron Linderman with the super chat. Motorola costs also include absolute support versus ham radios are choose your own adventure. So, see, I can get behind that. Good support. Motorola supports people that, are buying their product, but
not from a ham fest.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're a first responder and you're buying them from Motorola, like buying a fleet of radios, yeah, I bet you they roll out the red carpet for support.
Comment?
As a ham, I don't know. Like, go ahead, Mike. You got a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah. You as you were going around the Hamvention recently, you bumped into Barrett and the other Australian HF provider, and they have a whole scene in Australia with these HF they've got their own bands and they buy a license, and they're all there, and these Barrett radios and the other one, which the name escapes me right now.
Right, it's like a Harris offshoot or something.
Yeah. It is actually it's just been bought by Motorola, I believe.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
you remember. So anyway, one of the things that happened over there is that they wanted a frequency to use. The Australian government sold them half of 80 meters.
Wow.
If you look at the Australian band plan, there's a big gap in the middle of what used to be 80 meters, where Barrett now own it. So it's a cautionary tale. But the other thing that particular company did, they invented their own digital format, and it's absolutely spectacular. You can go. There's a video out there on their website of two mobile comms driving away from each other. They get to the point where sideband no longer works on 80 meters.
Okay.
Press the digital button, and they're 5 and 9 again. It's an amazing. It's just that it makes DMR look rubbish and the other digital formats, and they've got that on HF running at 3.5 kilohertz wide. It will be interesting to find out what they've done to HF, because I said the big improvement. We've got all these P25s and all these other things, but there's nothing for HF. We need some narrow band digital format for HF to make better use of the spectrum.
I don't disagree with you. I agree with that. I'm on the same page there,
but yeah, if you've got to spend $12,000 to buy into it, it's quite a lot of money, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I think it's cool. I love the repurposing of radios, but I feel you're shoeboxing yourself. You're getting all into this, again, you're getting into the shoebox of Motorola or whatever it is to be able to play in that space to make it work. And I get it. High quality, very high quality radios, very expensive, but I just don't know what the actual cost is. Like, how much is it actually worth? Is it really worth $13,000? Probably not. So what is it worth? Like, what is it?
To a ham? No.
No. I mean, just okay. Market, I know market scale, obviously, so I'm not talking about that. But we know what the first responder market is. It's like $13,000. So what's ham market is obviously much lower. But like, how do you find a footprint for that? Other than like, oh, I was at a ham fest and I saw a Motorola that some guy got, like, it was a scratch and dent, and now I own it, and now I need to figure out how to program it, right? I mean, that's how most people, I think, how they stumble into Motorola, is they end up at a ham fest and they find a radio that's really cheap and they look cool. I think nobody can argue that Motorola radios look really cool. But then they turn around and they're like, oh God, they're looking into the void of Motorola, and the void looks back and they're like, well, now you're in, son, and now you got to figure out how to program it, and the time is now, right? Like, there's just a lot. There's a lot of overhead to Motorola.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the other
whole adventure and difficulty just to even download the necessary software.
Right. I mean, I've
Yes.
heard that. I've heard that multiple times. I've heard that from hams.
And then learning how to use that said software to program the radio.
Right.
Isn't it like not intuitive,
Right.
relative to like even the worst of Chinese softwares?
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as the software goes, yeah, it's not Chirp, definitely. It's not going to be Chirp. As far as the rabbit hole Motorola goes, just give a little background here. I started out in ham radio in 2002, and I had a Radio Shack HTX 252 and 202. That's the VHF handheld and mobile versions. I was given a Motorola GM300, which is an older, much older DOS program. Couldn't be faster than 386 box to program it. Radio. I was given one of those to listen to the railroad.
Yeah.
And that was the rabbit hole. And now I'm looking at 6 Motorola radios on my desk with my Yaesu FT710, except for the D710 by Kenwood for APRS. I have not used an amateur radio for VHF UHF since the VX7R came out.
That's not selling me, though. I got to be honest. That's not selling me, what you just said.
And how much of what you're doing, if you're just listening to railroad, etc., how much can you do that on a fairly expensive scanner to do basically
You can do a lot
the
of it with
same
a bow
thing?
fang.
You can,
Yeah.
all
But
via
even the
FFM.
encryption and trunking can be done on some of these like $500 and $700 scanners.
Well, okay, Don. Yes, you could get a scanner and do the same exact thing, but the audio quality, at least for me as an audio guy, the audio quality is what sells me on the commercial rig, and that's where I get into deep Motorola's. Yes, I have Kenwood commercial as well. It sounds okay. It just doesn't sound the same as Motorola.
And what HF radio do you have?
I have both the Yaesu FT450D and Yaesu FT710 AESS.
Oh, okay. So you don't care about audio on those, huh?
The 450 is okay. I'm still learning the 710 and trying to get used to it. I'm still relatively newer to the HF side of things.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Look at what K1GMM does with his audio on HF.
All right. He's on YouTube.
Well,
yeah,
all
he's
right.
on YouTube.
All right, so this is for me probably at the end point. I'm going to have to head out here, but
I think it's all based on user preference at this point, what digital mode you like and what sounds the best to you.
I think, Shane, that's probably the right way to head out on this because I'm
depends.
not going. So for me, I probably won't spend a ton of money on a Motorola, but at the same time, like if I get a good deal on it and I can figure out how to program it, if somebody helps me out, Shane, hint, hint.
Yeah.
Then I'll try it and I'll give it a good shot. But I appreciate, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, that for most people, the experience of radio is subjective. If you like the experience, you like the audio quality, you like all the aspects of it that make you feel good about your purchase, then you made a good purchase. And no one other than yourself should justify your purchase to you. You should just be happy with the purchase, and that's it. I feel like this is on that path, right? It is to the extreme side to a degree, I think, but if you're happy with it and you think the quality and all that aspect of it, all of it, the user experience, everything is commensurate to the price, then yeah, go nuts. Don't let anybody tell you differently. And I'm not trying to make people feel bad about it. I just don't fully get it. Like I want to get it. I'd like to understand it. It's like all things. I just guess I have to experience it to a degree, right?
Hopefully my insight with my side of things helped a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to push back at you like you're wrong. I don't mean that. I just don't. I'm not there. Like I don't have the knowing, the experience aspect of it. I really don't. So. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Give yourself 48 hours between Shane and myself, and you might come away with a different view.
I don't know. Shane, I hung out with Shane all day. He drove with me in the Lightning. He's already been in the truck. We were talking about the whole thing.
Stupid fast, for the record, by the way.
Yeah, it's stupid fast. Shane was with me when I was driving. I was driving a little hot. I was going a little hot.
What's the 0 to 60?
Yeah, and he's sitting there on the freeway, hands free, and the damn thing is steering itself. I'm like, what the shit?
Yes, also that. But yeah, I respect it. I respect it. I just don't. I got to experience it. I think. I don't know. So. All right, I will tell you everybody what my big binge watch is. So who has watched Mind Freak? Or sorry, not Mind Freak. That's Chris Angel. Mindhunter on Netflix.
Negative.
Not I.
So if you like I don't want to say if you like serial killers, but if you like the mystique of the craziness that is serial killers, Mindhunter is one of the coolest shows I've watched in a while. It is really good. Really good. Highly recommended. I didn't watch it because Leia is a huge fan of Jonathan Groff, who is the main character. She very much just everything he does, she really, really likes. And he came out with the show, and she doesn't really like serial killers or anything associated with that. So she didn't want to watch it. So I didn't watch it. I started watching it. It is one of the best shows I've seen in a long time. It is really good. Really good.
Which season?
I started at 1, like literally 1. So for all the murderinos in the house, anybody that watches or listens to last podcast on the left or anything like that, this is so hard in your wheelhouse. You're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it.
So you recommended something, I think, at one point called Northman.
Oh, the Northman.
Yeah, okay, because that's now on Prime.
Oh, is it really?
Originally when you suggested it's like it was on something I didn't have, and so I keep coming across it. And I go, is that the thing that Josh was talking about? Okay, I'll take a look at that.
It's like straight up, like, it is. God, what's the? So it's at the end of the day, it's Norse mythology. It's like a Norse movie,
right?
But it's like a Shakespearean play, basically. It's Hamlet.
Mm-hmm.
It's Hamlet. Hamlet is what I'm thinking about. It's basically Hamlet. It is fantastic. It is very good.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's available on Prime, so I'm like, well, I should give it a shot then.
So Mark W 100%. Ed Kemper in that show is like when I heard Ed Kemper was mentioned, I was like, oh my gosh, they're gonna try and make it's anyway. Like I don't want to be a weirdo. I'm kind of being a weirdo right now, but I have a bit of a thing of.
You're just being a fanboy, though.
Yeah, I'm just being a fanboy about a serial killer. That's not weird at all. No, it's really good. It's really good. I don't know. There's something about the like depths of human like just the ridiculous depths that humans will go, to me, is always like this again void you look into that you can't really touch, you can't really be a part of it, but you can only understand it via people talking at you or reading something someone wrote. It's just so weird. But anyway, Mindhunter, if you're interested. It's dark. It's super dark. If you don't want something dark, don't watch it. Wild Cascadia Radio. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Anime. Yeah, it's weird. It's totally weird. But big shout out, by the way. Anybody big Techmoan fan on YouTube? Techmoan? Come on. There's Mike Techmoan. You want to get down on this, Techmoan? Mike?
Yeah, I've watched a few of them.
Okay, so he did this whole series on this Sony reel-to-reel recorder set, and they almost like superhumanize this recording set. Like it's so important to the whole series. Oh, I love this reel-to-reel set. Super cool. So anyway, all right, there you go. I'm gonna stop talking about all this because I'm weirding everybody
Yeah,
out.
as a Revox owner.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, did my card come in?
Who was that?
WX7JM.
I will have to look.
Just want to make sure my card made it to you.
Do we make a contact?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. So if you made a contact and you sent it, I likely have it. It's in the stack, and I got to work through them.
Okay, no problem.
So right on, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it'll be cool. I would, if you can show it on the air sometimes. I think it's a really cool card. You'll like it.
Okay, I will go back and look. It's either in my truck. I literally have a mail queue in my truck and also a mail queue in my office that I slowly start working through for my QSL. So I apologize. By the way, anybody who sends me a QSL card, I super appreciate it, but it takes me a really long time to work through them. But I will get them. I will get through them, I promise.
Sounds like you need one of those QSL card managers.
I'm almost at that point, but I'm not there yet. I don't think I'm deserving enough for that.
Tim's a good one.
I have 2 QSL cards from you, Josh. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jagger, were one of Jagger has a QSL card from me from the first Pacifico campout. I remember that contact. Didn't I send you in for that? Regardless of somewhat of a broken contact, I think I still send it to you.
Yeah, and I have one card 7300 and one 7610. You had the 2 different cards you got.
You do. You have both cards. Wow. Right on. All right.
Legacy.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got quite a few of your things off of your website for my birthday from my wife, and I really appreciate you putting all out that effort.
Thank you.
And I will. Man, I cannot get this push to talk to work. There you go. I appreciate the effort in putting the card in there, and I will send you one back because we have made an FT8 contact, and but that's just pretty cool to see that card. I was like, motivation. I need to get my cards going.
Right on. And if you want to get cards, my most recent cards that Josh just dropped, go check out Amanda. Again, Amanda from Ham Nation. She has a printing system. It's a family-run company, but she will work with you to make a QSL card. She built that for me. She put the call sign on it, the logo, all that stuff. She did all the work, printed it for me. I got a boatload of QSL cards from her, and they were cheaper than anything I could have bought in some of the major people that make QSL cards. She's way cheaper.
And I worked on the air today.
Yeah. Amanda, seriously, like if there's anybody that deserves the support, it's Amanda, for sure. Please give her the business. Give her the business if you can.
She's making my cards for the island right now. So
yeah, if you got a special event coming up, get 250 cards from her, something like that. Do something like that. That'd be great. All right, I got to wrap things up. Thank you, everybody on the Discord. For everybody on Patreon that's watching, next month we're going to do a Zoom just for patrons, and we may post it on YouTube after the fact, but it's just going to be a live stream for the patrons. So if you're interested in that, it's going to be for you guys, however you want to shape it, and talk about whatever you want. We'll do that for your live stream. All right.
Don't forget to send a QSL card to Janet.
Yes, please. By the way, I'm gonna pull that. Hold on, I've got that. Where is it? Okay, so KL7MF is Janet. Janet. Gosh, how do you put into words? I mean, Shane, feel free to jump in here. But so Janet was the manager at HRO. And she was the manager at the time I went to HR for the first time. She was the manager up until very recently. She
I
retired.
think she was there for about 43 years.
Yeah, so most of the stuff, like shipping stuff, all that on the West Coast, and I would even argue some of the major movements of shipments that were done was through Janet. Janet was very important because of where Anaheim is located. So I'm talking major praise of Janet. Janet's amazing, but her husband Chip Margelly is equally amazing on his own standing. And we lost a huge player in ham radio. Chip has supported many of the companies. He supported many hams, and I will take this opportunity again to go back here and just show. Chip is the CW transmitter in the whole Jay Leno versus, Morse code versus text message. Chip is the one transmitting, and he actually transmits more characters than is required for this test.
Are you dropping that link?
I can drop the link.
Yeah,
I'll go find.
So that was Chip. That was Chip that was transmitting on Jay Leno, showing the power of Morse code. And he was a diehard. Oh, there you go, Thomas. I love me some Thomas, so we'll pause on Thomas for a second. But Chip was such an every man's ham, every person's ham. He was an antenna builder, homebrew guy, built things, Morse code enthusiast. There's hardly a person that you know that's kind of like actively involved in ham radio that didn't know Chip's name.
And he was one hell of a contester.
One hell of a contester. Just one hell of a great guy. Again, like, go watch please, if you could. Like, if you want to do this, just to remember the guys, to understand him if you didn't know a little bit more about him. Go watch the video I did for the Thanksgiving event that Gordo and Chip and Janet and Susie would do every year. So these two couples, right? For many years now, they would have their Thanksgiving on the beach, and they'd fry a turkey, and they'd welcome people to come out. And I brought myself, and my two kids, and they were just open arms, welcoming everybody. And it was one of the most beautiful Thanksgiving experiences that I got to experience. Because, I mean, like, everybody grows up with, their own Thanksgiving. Sometimes you get to meet, you're dating a new person and you meet their family and you experience their Thanksgiving, that kind of thing. But I was welcome to go experience their Thanksgiving. And their Thanksgiving was on a beach, and it was ham radio, and Chip Margelly made the antenna. And we were all, it was just so much fun.
Might I also add that Chip was also in an episode of Ham Nation right after Winter Field Day, sitting in Gordo's shack.
He was, yeah. He's been on Ham Nation many times.
No, I know. Just most recently was when he was talking about Winter Field Day.
Yeah. So we lost somebody that was just a great ham radio operator, and he will be missed. And again, I would request that everybody that can, particularly if you have a story about Chip or something about him, send those QSL cards.
Extremely intelligent,
very, very smart, very funny too.
Yes,
and not like he was. Anyway, I don't know how to put that in words, but like he was never. He was smart and funny without being like intense. It was just comfortable, smooth. Like, I don't know, like there's a grace to that I guess I can't put it into words. But anyway, so if you knew Chip, or you just want to send well wishes to Janet, it's KL7MF, and she would love to get your QSL cards. She's a private person, so don't try and contact her or anything like that right now at this time. It's just not time for that. But if you'd like to send a QSL card, it is appreciated. I was clear
Kilo Lima
that is
7,
okay.
Kilo Lima 7 Mother Flower.
That's it. There you go. There you go.
And Josh, somebody in the live stream wanted Amanda's link, and I can't remember what it is.
So if you go to any of the Ham Nation videos, she's listed as a link, and they should be on the other ones now. So hold on, give me a second. I'm happy to grab that link for Amanda.
It's like peak printing something.
Yeah, you're right on there. You're right on there. So I think the best thing about Amanda's QSL card service is that she will contact you and she will work through what your QSL card is, what you want it to be. And so for me, I'm of the, hey, it's got to be a postcard so that I could choose whether I'm going to postcard it or I'm going to put it in an envelope, that kind of thing. That's always a big thing for me, because generally if you self-address stamp envelope to me, I will send it back to you in the envelope, obviously, but I'm not necessarily going to just put it in a in its own envelope. So,
hey, Josh.
Yeah.
As far as QSL cards and envelopes go, my dad is retired from the post office. It's a good idea to put them into a small envelope that fits the QSL card. I have found at Dollar General the 6 3/4 security envelopes work great for most QSL cards.
I'm not going to say you're wrong, and you're probably totally right, but I have the postcard ready cards from Amanda, and I've gotten multiple people that have taken a picture and sent it back to me, and it looks good. Sometimes it's going to get marred up a little bit from the machines or whatnot, but they still come out okay. So I don't know. So I linked it there. Amanda's QSL cards. I pinned it so you guys can chase her over there. It's a good deal. It's a good deal if you want QSL cards. So yeah, that's where I'll leave y'all, I think.
And yeah, I'm not saying the post office is perfect or anything, but
Sure.
he was there for 30 years, most of my lifetime. So, but yeah, I just stick them in the envelope just as an extra precaution, so that they arrive hopefully in even as good condition as they left you. That's how I look at it with my QSL cards.
Well, yes, I hear you. That's always the best way to send a QSL card. I don't disagree. Well, 20 meters is still hopping, so I'm going to hop off here, and I'm probably going to go watch some more Mind Freak and then go to bed. So I appreciate everybody hanging out with us, and all you guys on Discord, every person hanging out on Discord. I want everybody watching, please join us on Discord. You join us on voice, that's kind of just a hook. I'll be honest, it's a trick. Our Discord is the best Discord for any ham radio question. If you have one, there are people here who can help you out. They can at least walk you through it, and they do it together, and they do it in a friendly manner to create an inclusive environment, which is what we want in ham radio. We need it. We need it right now more than ever. So I trick you into joining us on the after chat, but the reality is I want you to get engaged with the group here, because it's a really good group, and it's not me doing it. It's all the people here, all the smart people that are doing it. So thank you, everybody on the Discord. What's that?
No, I was just saying, oh yeah.
But seriously, thank you, everybody on Discord. I'm going to wrap things up. I'm rambling now. So I will talk to you all later on the Discord. I'm going to wrap up the chat and the live stream. So take it easy, okay? See you guys. Have a great weekend. I'm going to be posting videos like crazy in this next week, because I have like so many videos I got to get done. So hope you enjoy them. Thanks so much. See ya.
Later, Joe.
All right. Okay, so that's me hopping off of the live stream on the Discord. Just talking to you on Twitch. Thank you so much. This kind of a different live stream than normal. I want the Hamvention challenge to be a really cool thing, but I also want it to be like this weird. I kind of want I want the DEF CON jam. I want to bring the DEF CON jam to to Hamvention. I want to breathe that life into it. So, how we do it and the style of how we do it is going to be a major part of it. You work with me, you work with Jason. We'll try and get there as best we can. Your support is appreciated. You can email us. Your thoughts are seriously, they're appreciated and considered. So if you go that route, we both appreciate it. Anyway, I will play out. Jeez. All right. I will play you out with the memes, and I'm going to wrap things up here. I will talk to you later. See ya. Take it easy.